Poštovane dame I gospodo, dobar dan. Dear ladies and gentlemen, good morning and welcome to the dialogue on Western Balkan sustainability. Renewal of economy after the pandemic, facing the consequences of climate change and creating more equitable society are urgent priorities that the Western Balkan countries are oriented to. While the governments are showing ambition to cope with climate change, leadership of private sector has never been greater in solving these interconnected challenges. In order to expedite the pace of transition towards complete, objective, flexible, carbon-neutral economy, the Western Balkan countries should align their policies and direct their investment into decarbonization and digitalization of industrial sector, innovation, renewable energy sources, transport and construction sector without harmful emissions, circular economy, regenerative agriculture, and sustainable food system. The Sustainability Dialogue of the Western Balkans is a leading regional initiative aiming at alignment of corporate strategies to the challenges of climate change through intersectoral dialogue, inspiring partnership, and climate-smart investment. Today's event is under the auspices of the provincial government with the support of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management and the Green Climate Fund, the greatest multilateral fund supporting transformation of countries in their development towards a low-carbon, climate-resilient economy. The organizer of the event is Development Fund of Vojvodina, supported by the Guarantee Fund of the province. Opening the dialogue on the sustainability of the Western Balkans is also attended by the President of the Provincial Government, Mr. Igor Mirovic, State Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, Mr. Senad Mahmutovic, representative of the EU delegation to Serbia, Nicola Bertolini, and also with video call, the participants will be welcomed by Deputy Director of the Green Climate Fund from South Korea, Mr. Javier Manzares. And now we can ask the President of the Provincial Government of Vojvodina, Mr. Igor Mirovic, to open the conference. Mr. Mirovic, please take the floor. Thank you. Dear ladies and gentlemen, it is an exceptional honor to be able to welcome you on behalf of the provincial government and myself personally, of course, opening the dialogue on sustainability of the Western Balkans, of course, through this specific topic. And here at the heart of our Fruška Gora mountain, thankfully still preserved in its natural original setting, to welcome you to this two-day meeting. The development of new technologies, opening new factories, job creation, increasing the assortment and range of production and industrial output, and the growth of profit generated through all that have been the aim since the beginning of the first industrial revolution, more than 2 centuries ago. So that's what the whole humanity aimed at, and that's not questionable. But what is questionable is the price that we have been paying from the beginning of that revolution to date. I mean, of course, continued growth of harmful gas emissions, primarily carbon dioxide, and the greenhouse effect and global warming of our planet. Besides others, the direct consequences of this are more frequent and more intensive and longer droughts, but also the increase of days with extreme precipitation and torrential floods in all parts of our planet, including our region, and that inflicts huge damage to agriculture, forestry, water management, and other industries, also to biodiversity and balance in nature, but first and foremost, the health and security of people. That is precisely why climate change has definitely become one of the greatest challenges of the contemporary world, and defining efficient responses to that, both globally and regionally and locally, is the matter of extreme importance for the future, and I believe it would not be exaggerated to say for the overall survival of the humanity. In that sense, regional initiatives like the Sustainability Dialogue of the Western Balkans and the response to challenges, seeking solutions through joint work of both private and public sector, and that calls for joint concerted efforts and This is why the support of the Green Climate Fund, working under the auspices of the Framework UN Convention, and is the major global mechanism for financing green action. That is why we value this support. And we also, here in the province, launched accreditation process on behalf of Development Fund of Vojvodina at this international institution. This is the first initiative from this region, and I believe others will follow in our footprints. Global guidance for defining a response to the challenges of climate change that we are facing were provided by the Paris Agreement from 2015, and our country is one of the signatory parties. Serbia, the Republic of Serbia is. Among other measures envisaged by this agreement, it's renewable energy sources used more in industrial production, primarily from wind and the sun. In our country, 8 wind parks were built, 400 megawatts power. 7 of them are precisely here in the province of Vojvodina. The interest in this type of production of electric energy is high, so the provincial government in the middle of this year approved building another wind park about 100 megawatt power. With that, the estimate is that in the whole Serbia, projects for new wind parks total 4 gigawatt are projected, which is by 10 times more than what we have today. And the institutional framework for responding to the challenges of global warming was provided by the Republic of Serbia in March this year by adopting the law on climate change. And with that, we confirmed our unequivocal commitment to further economic growth and development based on reduction of greenhouse effects that will also soon become the requirement of international market and a very important element of competitiveness in that market. In that context, the plan is until 2030 to reduce the CO2 emission into the atmosphere by nearly 10% compared to the baseline year of 1990. I believe, dear friends, that these are clear indicators of our commitment to decided countering negative effects of climate change. In that name, I warmly welcome you once again. I wish you successful working proceedings. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mirovic. Mr. Senad Mahmutovic, State Secretary of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management, will address you now and present the strategic guidelines of this institution regarding the growing influence of climate change. Please take the floor. Distinguished Mr. Mirovic, ladies and gentlemen, I'm glad to welcome you here on behalf of the Ministry of Agriculture, Forestry and Water Management of the Government of the Republic of Serbia, and myself personally wish you a successful work at today's conference. The Green Climate Fund is a global fund and one of the rare ones assisting developing countries to achieve their goals in climate change area and in meeting the obligations emanating from Paris Agreement and the goals set by that agreement pertinent to climate. Although it is not a typical development fund, the fact is that this fund finances action leading to reduction of exposure and losses from disaster and elements caused by climate change, which just confirms its importance for us as the Ministry of Agriculture. Although the Green Climate Fund is important for all, we especially emphasize and voice our gratitude for the assistance of the Green Climate Fund provided for agriculture in order to meet certain goals and mitigate risks, which for agriculture is one of the vital industries in the Republic of Serbia is of special importance. The relevance of the Green Climate Fund from the aspect of risk reduction, reduction of damage and losses from the elements is confirmed by the estimate that in the past 20 years, material damage caused by disasters exceeded the value of 7 billion euros, out of which the greatest losses are related to droughts, high temperature, and the second most frequent cause is flood. At the same time, the most frequent and most devastating impact is on agriculture sector, which endangers the overall agricultural system, and at the same time it can have the consequence of jeopardizing the security of food supply for the population of the Republic of Serbia and all other parts of the world. Recognizing precisely the role and importance of the Green Climate Fund in this context, the government appointed and our Ministry of Agriculture took over the responsibility to improve the cooperation with the Green Climate Fund by initiating a range of activities that are supposed to contribute to better and easier provision and placement of funds from Green Climate Fund to the Republic of Serbia. One of such activities is the already mentioned procedure for accreditation of the Development Fund of the Autonomous Province of Vojvodina, whereby the national implementation from the Green Climate Fund will be ensured. In other words, by accreditation of the Development Fund will completely ensure all the procedures and legal aspects for utilizing the funds from the Green Climate Fund, and the benefits of the preparation and accreditation of the Development Fund for implementation of projects financed from the Green Climate Fund are also in enhancing competitiveness of the Development Fund and in capacity building for all the staff of the fund, aiming at full implementation of projects that will be financed from the Green Climate Fund to be of a national character, precisely in cooperation with the Development Fund of the Province of Vojvodina. The Ministry is currently carrying out activities that will result in identification of additional national accreditation bodies and also attraction of investment and actors from private sector who are interested in cooperation with the Green Climate Fund. We believe that these and other activities undertaken by our ministry will very soon and very specifically lead to the Green Climate Fund funding through the Development Fund of Vojvodina projects that will result in enhancing the resilience of Serbian agriculture and economy and society on the whole regarding climate change effects. We indeed we've got a lot of work to do. It's very demanding, and the capacities of our ministry, the capacities of the province, especially of its development fund, will be sufficient, we believe, and able to enable us to use these funds in the best way possible. Once again, wishing you good health and successful working proceedings. I warmly welcome you. Thank you, Mr. Mahmutovic. And now we will be addressed by Nicola Bertolini, Head of Cooperation. So he is the main person in charge of cooperating with the Republic of Serbia on behalf of the delegation of the EU in Serbia.
Dear President of Vojvodina, dear State Secretary, dear ladies and gentlemen, dobar dan svima.
Good morning, everyone.
First speech, my first intervention in the Republic of Serbia. I arrived last week, and I'm very honored and very pleased also to do this in this beautiful environment. Let me say that sustainable development is a combination of words that characterized my life in the last 35 years. I've been working in more than 20 countries in all the continents, struggling with this word, sustainable development. And they came only to one conclusion, which is part of a definition. What is sustainable development? Is to leave to the next generations at least the resources you are benefiting. And I always see and look at the conference, I look at the number of young people, and I would say that the old people are more than the young people. And this should be changed. Let me also say that after so many years, I'm a proud European, and I'm very proud to serve the institutions of the European Union because of one reason, because of the launch of a Green Deal. I always understood that environment and climate change are part of our past, present, and I hope future. And when we all hear about the policy dealing with green and dealing with digitalization, we understood, okay, finally, we are concretely aiming at that. And this means a lot, means from debating the level of pollution, means doing more farm to fork, cleaning the waters, cleaning the air, decreasing the CO2. And we also put a target, 0 CO2 emission by 2050. If you think we are not far from that, but in order to achieve that, we need a new way to work. We have to understand each other more and more. We have to be closer. We have to cooperate. You know, my job is called the head of cooperation. And when I arrived here, I understood that there is a lack of cooperation. So, fine, good. I'm coming to the real place I wanted to be. And I think that the government, the country, the citizens have in front of you a lot of challenges, not only in the transformation of the economy and the society, but also first in the political reforms that aim to this transformation. And there is a series of legislations that, you know, we are all working on, and we are all favoring this. But the nice element that brings me here is also that more and more funds will be dedicated to the green transformation of a society. And this needs you, because alone we cannot do a lot. We need local authorities, needs central government, but needs also civil society, and needs the private sector. Everybody should be responsible for this. And I also learned another important aspect in all my life is there are always more funds available than good projects. If you have a good project, you will have donors jumping on you, asking to be able to finance that. So working on preparation of good projects, having projects that are shared and are built by a big participation is the secret to get funds and to get implemented. We are very tired of projects that are presented just out of a list of projects, and we are called to finance, and we don't know what we finance, because the projects are not well prepared. So the maturity that we put on the projects is extremely important, because as politicians very well know, promise something and realizing something is very different. So we have to realize. And the clock is already running, the challenges are there, but I think that all together, and looking at the young people that should not leave the country and should invest in the country, This is a key to have a better cooperation and better future. So thank you very much, and good work for everybody. Thank you.
Poštovane dame i Dear ladies and gentlemen, now we will be addressed through video message by Deputy Executive Director of Green Climate Fund, Mr. Javier Manzanares.
President Mirovic, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great pleasure to join the Western Balkans Sustainability Dialogue. The dialogue is a timely opportunity to share ideas on how we can take action to support a green economic recovery in the Western Balkans following the COVID-19 pandemic. The pandemic hit hard in countries which we were already some of the most vulnerable, causing massive disruption to economies and private sector development. This global health crisis exacerbated often long-standing economic and social inequalities, while also leaving business and communities less able to respond to the climate emergency. But the pandemic also created unique opportunities to build back better and transform business as usual practices. These new practices need to offer more equitable and sustainable solutions that will allow countries to withstand future climate shocks and improve economic and social resilience. Now, more than ever, there is a need to maximize the impact of climate finance and bring forward innovative climate change solutions. This is not only a possibility, it is a necessity. The GCF, the Green Climate Fund, has always promoted innovation. The ability of any proposed project to produce transformative and paradigm-shifting solutions is one of GCF's core investment criteria. The GCF has been supporting investments in the Western Balkans region since 2016, and we have a dedicated regional desk to oversee our engagement within the region. So far, the GCF has committed $131 million to support the development of low-carbon and climate-resilient solutions in the Western Balkans. In addition to that, $12.5 million has been assigned to increase regional readiness for climate investment through the creation of an enabling environment, national adaptation planning, pipeline development, and facilitating engagement with the private sector. To maximize the impact of climate finance in the region, there is a need to work in partnership to deliver climate investments at the required scale, and the Western Balkans benefits from a presence of a variety of donors, including notably from the European Union. The Green Agenda for the Western Balkans, adopted back in 2020 by the European Commission, creates opportunities for enhancing the complementarity and additionality of GCF's finance in the region. We are encouraged to see the discussions on the role of the private sector in low carbon and climate resilient recovery are at the hearts of today's dialogue, because private sector engagement is fundamental to mobilizing climate finance at scale and to transforming economic systems. We hope that today's dialogue will support green economic recovery, not only at the national level, but also within the Western Balkans regions as a whole. This is not a small undertaking, and regional cooperation is necessary to accelerate the transition to low carbon and climate resilient development. I am very pleased to see that this event has gathered many partners from Western Balkan countries who have been showing strong interest in regional cooperation. Finally, I would like to thank the Vojvodina Development Fund, our delivery partner in the region, for organizing this important dialogue. I wish you all a fruitful discussion, and we look forward to further engagement with the region. Thank you very much.
Jeste da zeleni klimatski Thank you, Mr. Javier. And what I'd like to add is that the Green Fund is the largest national fund that manages more than $10 billion that are intended for countries in development to transition towards an open and climate-neutral economy. Before the panels begin, I'd like to use this opportunity to give you a few technical details. Because of the excellent choice of our interlocutors from international organizations and the businesses, the panels will be in English. There is simultaneous interpretation available, and you have the technical equipment for that available here at the venue. Also, you can watch this on the website, wbgn.eu. We will have 3 panels that will cover 3 topics that complement each other, and the panels will be in the form of dialogue with our interlocutors. The last part of the program will be of closed nature, and you can attend if you have been invited. And questions shall be open if we have time after each of the panel for Q&A sessions. After this introduction, I'd like to say that one of the main objectives of today's program is to have the Western Balkans, our region, affirm the topic of climate excellence. In that sense, the Western Balkans Green Navigator keeps up with this, and this initiative has been designed to be an alternative to fragmented individual strategies, and that through achieving synergy between the main stakeholders to offer a systemic support for actual transformation towards a climate neutral and open economy. I hope that the quality of today's dialogue will be recognized, and I hope that you will sign the statement of leadership. This is the first step in realization of this platform. This pertains to the institutions that have been invited to do so and that have gotten the text of this document. If you want to sign this statement, you can do so after the first panel. There will be a 30-minute break, so you will have time to do that. This is to express interest by your company or your institution to contribute to the establishment of a platform that will advocate for the interests and empower the businesses in line with the greatest challenges of humankind, which currently are climate change that we are witnessing. Now we will see a video that is an introduction to today's program. If the director can.
Okay, now we are starting with the official panel discussions. The first in line is the panel, Green Train is leaving the station. Are Western Balkans economies on board? Our chair today is Mr. Goran Janjic. Mr. Janjic, please join me here. Then co-host is Mr. Sasja Beslik. Mr. Beslik, please. And our panelists are Mr. Alessandro Bragonazzi, Bodim Bulatovic, and Natasha Kalaus, who will be joining us via link. Please join us here. Thank you very much for joining me here. We have like 1 hour of, I would like to say, quality dialogue. Yeah, because it is very interesting. The title is inspiring. So, Mr. Janic, first of all, the Development Fund of Vojvodina is the only organization in the Western Balkans who initiate accreditation process with the Green Climate Fund. So what is the idea? So you are leading expert in this process. Could you tell us a little bit about your experience?
Well, thank you. First of all, I would like to thank you all for contributing to this event, both our guests and our esteemed panelists. I would especially like to thank Mr. Sasja Beslik, one of the finest European sustainability investment professionals who just arrived from Copenhagen to help us dive deep into this very important subject. In terms of the conference itself is part of a broader vision which started 5 years ago when Mr. Savic, the managing director of the Development Fund, and myself represented Serbia on GCF Investment Forum. As you already heard, the GCF stands for the Green Climate Fund, and it's the biggest multilateral fund for climate action, managing over $10 billion. So what we learned there is actually that West Balkan countries are eligible to access the funding, the grants, soft loans, guarantees, other types of financial incentives. But what's more important is these incentives are literally non-commercial, and they are available for helping developing countries' transformation towards carbon neutral and resilient economy. So we are overwhelmed to hear that none of the Western Balkan countries is using that opportunity. And I would refer to Mr. From European delegation that we don't have good projects. We don't have good communication. We don't have coordination at all. That was for us very important motivation and inspiration to go into that direction. So 5 years later, the Development Fund is a delivery partner of the GCF. That's first good step, and it means that we can develop capacity building projects which would help us go into the direction of climate action. At the same time, we are on the path of accreditation. And today, more importantly, we are sitting here with some of the finest sustainability professionals, key enablers, and corporate leaders to increase the sense of urgency on this very important topic, and more importantly, to create synergies in the private sector and also with other relevant stakeholders to take the lead on this very important issue.
Thank you. If I might say, you are my right hand, and Mr. Beslik is my left hand, so like a co-host and our special guest. So I would like to ask you, Sasha, can you tell us, can you give us a brief, what are main challenges today globally if we talk about climate changes, and where the Western Balkans countries are?
First of all, thank you very much for the invitation. It's a pleasure to be here. It's a pleasure to be and to contribute to this initiative. I mean, it's a great thing to see that finally, and I would say finally, things are happening in Western Balkans, in Serbia, in Vojvodina, because this is and I think the message to everybody in the audience, everybody on the television is that we need to wake up. And we need to do it very quickly. I'm a banker. I've been working as a banker for 20 plus years all over the world. I've invested money for billions over the years, and I've done it from sustainable point of view. What does it mean in practice? It means that I invest in companies, in projects all over the world, where I look not only how to make money, but also how that money that I invest can contribute to make transformation of businesses to become something more. Not only for themselves, for the shareholders, but also for the societies they operate. So, question what is going on is that you are witnessing probably one of the things that you see only once in a lifetime, the transformative power of economic change that we are facing right now, caused by many things, climate change is one of them, is going to transform our societies in a very short period of time, very rapidly, and in some cases also radically. And what is worrying me is the capacity of the countries and also capacity of the businesses around the world to cope with that change. To give you the outline of some of these things that are happening internationally, when I started investing like this 25 years ago, maybe $1 out of $100 was invested in a sustainable way. Today, that number is about $20, $30 per 100, which means that the value or the volume of the investments in this space is just increasing. And you may ask yourself why? Why is this happening? Well, it's very simple. It's far more complex world. It's far more interesting for investors, not only because of the revenues and sort of a performance we can get out, but it's also interesting because we don't have a choice. We are facing the world with such a multitude of challenges that we just have to do it.
Did we cross this red line?
I think we have...
As human beings.
Yeah, I mean, we're living in an Anthropocene, so we live in a stage of human civilization as a species where we have a control of our own destiny, but also responsibility to take care about it. And this is a sort of the moment in a history where we need to start doing things that we haven't done before. We need to start taking responsibility for what we do. And this film was a very interesting sort of a sequel to this discussion, yeah.
And if, you said you are in this business for 25 years.
Yes.
And what is your main impression if we talk about sustainability? What is main change? But your personal impression, what has changed?
My personal impression is the main change is the people with the power. So people in the boards of the companies, people in politicians, some of them were here today. They are starting to understand there is no way out. They have to do it. That's the change.
Even
now,
if they don't want it.
I mean, in many cases, look, we live in an economic system that is very short-sighted, so it's quarterly capitalism we live in, and everybody thinks that, well, we will do that later on. I mean, it's not going to happen here. In 5 years' time, European Union will find something else. But that's not the case, because if you look at the regulation and if you look at the way how European Union is pushing financial industry, I mean, all of the financial products that we sell to our customers and clients, 2023, will have to have specification how we take into account environmental issues, climate issues, social issues. And this is something that I think European Union is excellently done that, and it's a sort of a process of implementing that on a national level in the European Union, but it will have a tremendous impact on Serbia. It will have a tremendous impact on Western Balkans. We will not allocate money into businesses that do not take this responsibility. That's very simple. So my question is, how can we get the Western Balkans, Serbia, Vojvodina, and some of these other countries to speed up this? How can we help them in that process?
Thank you. Thank you. Now it's the right time to introduce our panelists. It is also Natasha Klaus is with us. She is CEO of Worldwide Fund Adria. Natasha, good morning. Thank you very much for joining us.
Good morning. Can you hear me? Can you see me?
Yes, we do see you and we do hear you. And I want to ask you at first, what is the role of Worldwide Fund Adria? And it is linked with the climate emergencies in the Western Balkans region.
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone from Zagreb, Croatia. I'm really disappointed and sad that I couldn't be with you in person. It was just impossible for me to rearrange my schedule and physically join you. So it's wonderful to be like this with you. Sadly, I would have liked to have been there in person. WWF, I think pretty much everyone knows the panda, which is behind me. So we are a nature conservation and nature protection organization. We celebrate our 60th birthday this year, so we've been around for quite some time. And our main role, our main goal is to stop the loss of biodiversity, to prevent nature degradation, to offer so-called nature-based solutions. We work with governments, we work with the private sector, we work with other NGOs, we work on the policy sphere, but we also work in the field. So we are quite a diverse organization. We're a global organization. And for us here in Adria, perhaps one of the biggest advantages that we bring is the knowledge and the experience and the best practice, but also, and I dare say perhaps sometimes most importantly, we bring lessons learned from other parts of the world that we can share with the stakeholders here. Maybe if I can just build slightly on what Sasha just said, and the scale of the urgency, because we are science-based and science-led organization. When we make statements, we tend to base them purely in scientific research, because we find that the strength of the argument is therefore better and stronger. And we produce something called the Living Planet Report. This is our annual reports that sort of take stock of what's happening around the globe in terms of impact on nature. And what we have found in our Living Planet report for 2020, this is the latest that we have, is that we now have 68% drop of the population size of mammals, birds, fish, amphibians, and reptiles since 1970. So what this means is that we have managed in just 50 years of human activity to basically wipe out 2/3 of living creatures that have been with us and that have been on this planet for millions and millions of years, going through various stages of evolutionary change. I think that itself just gives you the perspective of how severe the situation is that we're in. Most of this degradation and most of this was led by the developed nations. We know that, for example, and Goran shared this information, I think just yesterday, Goran, I think you published this, that, you know, world's 10 largest banks are pretty much financing the entirety of the nature degradation. They have very little or no control mechanisms that would really verify whether the investments that they're making and trillions of dollars that they are investing, what sort of impact they have on the natural world around us, including contribution to climate change. We know that, you know, we have industries like fossil fuel industries that are still being heavily subsidized by governments, by the European Union, by the financial sector. And if we bring this down to the Western Balkans, what we know is that, for example, the temperature increase in the Western Balkans is now at 1.2 degrees centigrade. The projections are that this could go all the way up to 4 if we continue like this. Mm-hmm. We know that, for example, the strongest increase of droughts is projected precisely for Southeast Europe. What this means already now is that we have a very strong competition for water sources and water usage between agriculture, industry, tourism, and households. This is likely to increase in years to come. And what we already know is that we have an intrusion of the so-called subtropical climate going further up north. This means that our southern areas, and particularly our coastal areas, are very hot and very dry during the summer season, which now tends to extend. We have witnessed this year, I'm sure you've all witnessed, severe weather conditions where we had enormous forest fires across southern Europe, but at the same time we had massive floods in Western and Northern Europe. So the reason why I'm saying all this and why I'm throwing out all this information and data is because a lot of the discussion on climate change and a lot of the discussion on the degradation of nature tends to be on very sort of general level. We'd like to introduce this element of hard evidence, and we'd like to sort of, you know, bring the discussion closer to home. And, you know, the real questions are, you know, what is the price we're willing to pay to, for example, live in the Western Balkans without bees? What's the price we're willing to pay to live in the Western Balkans without drinking water? You know, things like that. This is what we need to basically address, because that's the reality that we are heading towards.
And according to your experience until now, what is main obstacle? You know, is it money or politics, or just lack of knowledge how thing is going to be more serious than now?
It's probably a combination of all of that. And there is also this one really important issue, which I think is particularly relevant for the region where we operate. So there is, there's always this tension between the desire to keep up with Western Europe and for our region to have, the GDP per capita and the purchasing power of the Western European countries. We are transition economies still. And so the main emphasis of most decision makers is how do we become more like the Netherlands or Austria or Sweden or Germany, and our citizens want to have the lifestyle of an average German or Austrian citizen. And this is the dominant, in a way, tension between the economic development model, where we tend to model what's already been done in Western Europe or in the developed world, and the fact that we know that this brings detrimental environmental damage and issues. And really, I think the whole region has a unique opportunity that perhaps some of the more developed countries no longer have, and that is to come up with an entirely different development model where you basically skip a phase that some of the more developed countries have gone through, because we know that that will bring, impact that we don't want, and we know what will happen to us because we see what's going on in these other countries. And so, we have this incredibly unique opportunity to come up with a development model and with an economic model that perhaps skips a whole generation, and goes to another stage altogether. But that requires quite a lot of political courage, skill, visionary thinking, and support from institutions like banks, like international financial institutions that are here with us today, including the European Union. And I'm not 100% sure that we have that common understanding around development models that we'd like to employ here. For WWF, this is the tension that we feel in our work every day. We work, of course, with decision makers, with everyday people, with institutions, and we understand that, of course, our citizens want to have the same lifestyle and the same quality of life and the same purchasing power of somebody in Sweden or Austria. But that comes at a cost, and we know that by now. So the question is, how to find that balance between our aspirations and the fact that this might have a cost. I have a wonderful image. I don't know if I can share it with you. If I share my screen, I don't know if you will see it or not. But this is really, it illustrates where we are. Let me see if I can. No, I can't. The host is disabled for me to share my screen. Anyway, it's a really cool image that basically tells you what's the dominant state of mind and state of play in the Western world, in the developed world, when it comes to so-called green, how we will have these green, sustainable solutions. But the reality is that we want to keep everything as is, and we just want to call it green. And somehow, if we could have the same number of cars, but if they could be green, then we think that's the solution. But actually, in reality, the solution is we have to have far less number of cars and have, more people riding bicycles or walking or taking public transport that's green.
Definitely. Thank you. Thank you, Natasha. And now we are coming to banks, and we need money. And Mr. Alessandro Bragonzi, welcome to this panel. Welcome to Serbia, because you are new here also in this region as the head of representative of European Investment Bank.
Yes, thank you very much. Thank you for inviting me today here. It's a pleasure to be here amongst like-minded people and institutions to talk about sustainable dialogue and sustainable investments.
So there's a lot of work ahead of you if we talk about green economy. And what is priority now for you as a banker, and also not only for Serbia but also for Western Balkan?
Let's say, I mean, taking from also what the colleagues were saying before me, and we are all in the same set of mind. I would say that beyond the buzzwords of sustainable finance or ESG financing, I think, as the colleague as Sasha was saying, the run to ESG is a reality. Not only public banks or development banks, but also investment banks are setting clear targets for their activity in the magnitude of trillions by 2030 to fight against the climate change. There is a recent study that says that the asset management industry by 2030, 90% of the portfolio will include around ESG kind of investments. I think the risk of greenwashing, which is always there, and it's been discussed also in different panels, is somehow mitigated by a very strong framework that the European Union put in place after the announcement of the EU Green Deal in 2020, and in particular through the creation of the EU taxonomy and the delegated acts that have been recently approved. As concerns my institution, the European Investment Bank, has been recently rebranded the EU Climate Bank. But let me say that, in fact, it has been a climate bank for a long time. We have been at the forefront of the fight against climate change for years, also in line with the leading role that the European Union is taking on the matter. As bank, we issued the very first green bonds back in 2007, and since then we have pioneered the so-called sustainable development bonds. Ourselves, we set a clear target for our climate finance activity back in 2010 and in the wrap-up to the Paris conference. And in the 10 years that have passed since then, our ambition is just going bigger. In this perspective, in November 2019, we developed a new energy lending policy, and our board of directors set up at that time historical commitments in terms of 4 main pillars. One was that the bank was phasing out and stopping the financing of unabated fossil fuel energy. Second pillar was that all our financing activities, so our portfolio, which consists of roughly 70 billion loans per year, will be aligned to Paris Agreement by the end of 2020, so last year. Third pillar is that by 2025, at least 50% of that, say, yearly volume of 70 billion will consist of climate action, and when I say climate action, means climate mitigating investments, so reducing green emission, and climate adaptation investments, so adapting our investment to the change to the climate, to environment. And the fourth pillar is that, again, 1 trillion of investment will be mobilized by 2030 in the fight against climate change. In that framework, in 2020, just to give you an order of figure, we have achieved 24 billion of financing to climate action. If we included also activity for environmental sustainable investment, according to the EU taxonomy, we would have reached over 26 billion, which is roughly 40% of our annual volume. So we are really in the way to our 50% target that we set. In line with the commitment that we've made, we also developed a climate bank roadmap, a 5-year action plan, which extends the framework of our climate friendly and sustainable orientation to all our sector, to all high-emitting sectors, so including transport, industry, buildings, and agriculture, so that we can really support the green recovery from the, for example, COVID-19 crisis, in line with the European Green Deal and in accordance to instruments such as the Just Transition Mechanism. I will say just, and I don't want to take too much of the time today, that also in 2021 we are developing a new framework, a new adaptation plan. Our climate adaptation activity has increased significantly from 2019, where we had only had around 900 million. We had already in 2020 2.4 billion of investment in the climate adaptation category. But also we are developing a new transport lending policy. Transport accounts for roughly 30% of our activity per year. And we are currently undergoing a consultation process to present our new target for a smart, sustainable transport strategy. Let me just conclude on the Western Balkans. Of course, we believe the Western Balkans should be part of this process, and EIB, as the EU bank, should try to lead the way to this process to support new transportation, business, and energy models. How do we do this? As we said before, we try to provide financing, loans, to renewable energy, climate change and adaptation and mitigation projects. We provide technical assistance for the preparation, implementation, and monitoring of sustainable projects through various instruments like our joint initiative JASPERS with the European Union or the ELENA facility. And finally, we participate into the Economic Investment Plan initiative led by the European Union, which include the Green Agenda for the Western Balkans and the Common Regional Market, as well as Sustainable and Smart Mobility Strategy.
And during this time, after this historical decision of European Investment Bank, what was the reaction in practice from your partners? How did they react?
I will say, as I said before, the change required to fight the climate change are now a reality for everyone. So there is an interest for all our clients, from the public sector to the private sector, to align their investments to cope with the risk of the climate change, and also to contribute to the reduction of greenhouse gas emissions. So
it is like a new reality for all of us.
Yes,
and bank will help us. And thank you. And now Mr. Bodin Bulatovic is IFC of Regional Operation Officers for Central and Southeastern Europe. Good morning. Thank you very much for joining us here, Bodin. So your institution is very, very well presented here in Western Balkan, in Serbia, well known, and you help a business sector. Now you also have new agenda if we talk about the green economy. So what is your main point of view today?
Thank you very much. And first of all, a pleasure to be here today, and thank you for the invitation. And I'd like to greet all the participants. We have, so from perspective of IFC and on behalf of the World Bank Group, what we see and what we recognize is essentially that climate change is the first and most important development challenge of our time, essentially. And left unchecked, we're likely to risk 130 million people being pushed into poverty. We recognized this several years back with the adoption of the Sustainable Development Goals, 17 goals that mirror and are complementary to this, the twin goals of ending poverty and spurring sustainable development. So essentially, we recognize this risk, but also with this risk, we recognize the opportunity and incentivize business. There's huge economic opportunity in climate, and as, in essence, our research has demonstrated that climate business could generate investment of over 23 trillion, increase jobs across the globe in the amount of 220 million jobs. But also we see that carbon emissions can be reduced by 4 billion in developing countries as well. So these opportunities obviously come in a wide range of sectors. We see opportunities in the Western Balkans in climate, smart agriculture, in urban infrastructure, climate, green finance as well. And helping our clients tap into these opportunities and catalyze finance for climate action is at the core of our business. IFC alone in 2021 has invested 1/3 of its portfolio in, so to speak, climate projects, and mobilized additional 4.6 billion. In translation, for every $1 that IFC has put down as part of its own investment, it has been able to raise 93% of private sector capital in climate projects. So in the Western Balkans, what we see as a necessity is this close collaboration. It's a joint effort between the private and the public sectors to enable this green recovery. Inherently, the private sector is uniquely positioned to add value through efficiency gains, disruptive technologies, and also mobilization of capital to support this transition and the green recovery. In Serbia specifically, we've seen this through the Belgrade Waste-to-Energy project. It's an award-winning and flagship project that we've done together with EBRD and partners of KfW, in which $300 million have been, of private capital have been mobilized to clean up Europe's largest unmanaged landfill. And the effects are yet to be seen, of course. It'll enhance the city's capability to manage its waste, but also 30,000 households will profit or gain access to infrastructure and electricity from the waste-to-energy power plant. So to enhance the green recovery, the default option, of course, would be private sector participation from our point of view. This is especially relevant in COVID times, where fiscal headroom is constrained and other public spending options are gaining, let's say, necessity and competing for these funds. But the private sector alone cannot bring with the speed, capacity, and scale this transition. So especially without robust government action. So a coalition of private and public partners are really necessary to build the fundamentals, to build the institutional and regulatory framework and the enabling environment on which together we can identify and build the necessary infrastructure to combat the changes of climate. So to decarbonize economies, essentially at the World Bank Group, what we do is we work closely with the governments to calibrate policies, to provide incentives, counter disincentives, build the skills, invest in research and innovation, in order to, like I said, incentivize private sector capital to fill these large infrastructure gaps that we see in the Western Balkans.
So, but if we talk about private sector, you have said it is important to have a cooperation with the government, but the private sector itself, is it ready for green economy? Is it ready, you know, in state of mind ready?
Well, based on our experience, we have seen an increasing demand over the last decade, especially for sustainable climate-oriented or climate-friendly projects, as you will. So especially in the Western Balkans, it's seen as, because of the large infrastructure gaps, there is a lot of investment projects in the pipelines, which are recognized by our partners abroad and in Western Europe and sorry about this. So the demand is there, and they can bring the technological know-how, the disruptive technologies, the capital that's necessary to bring this. So when we're talking about projects, this ranges everything from wastewater to water utility, waste management, like we've seen in Belgrade, but also renewable energy rollout, which is a fundamental pillar of what we see as part of the green recovery to create the jobs and spur the growth. So readiness is getting there. If we're talking about domestic firms located in the Western Balkans, they can support key global players which can facilitate this green recovery. And the momentum which we currently observe it's on the right track. There is momentum, and we believe that it is enough to support the green recovery in Serbia and the rest of the Western Balkans.
Thank you, Bodin. Sasha, you would like to add something?
I think this was very interesting, both for me to listen to and also to see what's going on in the Western Balkans. I think what we are touching upon that both IFC and the European Development Bank, Climate Bank is doing is that we are in a process of reforming capitalism as a system. Climate change is a consequence of the economic underlying system that has been short-sighted for about 200 years. So what we're doing right now, and this needs to be very sort of well known to companies operating in this part of the world, is that yes, capitalism is shifting, as colleague at WWF said. Many of these things are on the surface level. However, there are structural changes that are happening on incentives. You asked how mature are companies. Well, everything depends on the incentive model. What is the incentive model? So how fast do they need to get their returns? How fast do they need to pay their shareholders? So the system where we have a more of a long-term perspective, where we have evaluation that looks in a different way, is probably the way forward for many ways of how to invest. But to be very concrete in the Western Balkans, for me as a private investor, it's very hard to invest here. And the reason is simple. there is not enough information for us, not good quality of the information. We have no access to the platform that can enable us to assess and verify information that is provided to us, and we can't invest. I mean, EBDR and IFC, they are transnational banks. They have capacity to be present in the countries. But if you are to allocate capital from other countries, we need to develop, and this is a very pragmatic thing, we need to develop a transformational, sustainable investment platform for this part of the world, where information is available, it's secured, it's certified, so we have access to it, so we can actually invest.
But Goran, you always mention, thank you, Sasha, but you always mention that it is important to have synergy. How we can achieve that synergy here in Western Balkan?
Well, as your right hand, I have to ask you for permission to say something which is politically maybe incorrect. I don't think there are functional synergies. And to correct myself, there are no functional systemic synergies. So my thoughts will go along the lines with Mr. Brancolini, what he said. I've been almost 20 years on the crossroads between public, private, and international development sector. And I can talk to you about hundreds of layers of public policy, bureaucratic gatekeepers, and preferred facilitators. So what you can see is that some good initiatives that are coming out in that regulatory environment end up lost, which might be good at the very beginning, end up lost in this labyrinth. So what we have as an end product, you get the strategies which are the foundation for this, all the regulations, laws and everything. And these strategies are never meant to be fulfilled. I can ask anybody here who is familiar with that, how many strategies in the last 10, 20 years have been concretely implemented? None of them. How much money is spent there? Too much money is spent there. And who is satisfied? Consultants who are working on it. So that's why I think the business incentive, to go along the lines with Mr. Brancolini and Sasha, is business incentive is very important. We already know how the public sector works, in my opinion, too slow. The business in this new perspective doesn't have time to wait for the governments. They should take a lead. We have EIB capacity, we have EBRD capacity, we have IFC and all other international organizations who can streamline that action. But we need, that hub, that platform to get around with the businesses, and we take a lead. Connect with all major European institutions, global institutions, and we drive the process. The governments will come on board. The other way around, we spent 20, 30 years, what are the results? I will tell you the thing that we actually just started with this accreditation. That's the best example. We could have get into the accreditation process in a year. I could guarantee you that. It took us 5, because we work around the system to come to this point, to get the necessary alliance, and to come here to speak with you to start changing things. So there are no functional synergies, and we need to talk about that frankly, not politically correct. And the purpose of this conference is not to be politically correct.
It's to give as much as more information as we can, Sasha, lie to you. But if you talk about this train, green train, are we on board or not?
Well, we are on the back side of the board. We are catching the back side of the board, but I'm not pessimistic, We have right people in right place, key enablers. It depends on us. I think it firmly depends on these people that are sitting next to me and the companies. And we can move in the right direction. And why I'm saying this is initially our project, and what we should have done here is national thing. We don't want to be national, because the climate change is not national thing.
They don't have
we are all in the
borders.
same boat. When the flood comes from Slovenia, it ends up in South Serbia. So we have to work, and we should use Brancolini's cooperation unit also. So
for something for change. So thank you, Goran. Natasha, I would like to ask you something about the Conference of Parties 26. It is some very important initiative, and if we talk about Western Balkan and this region, how it will respond to your opinion?
Honestly, experience shows that countries in our region tend to follow the line of the European Union and a few influential European Union member states. We very rarely see independent positions coming from this region. The region, you know, it wants to become, you know, all the countries in the Western Balkans want to be members of the European Union, more or less. That's, you know, they're all aspirational member states. The two countries in the region that I cover, which is Croatia and Slovenia, who are members of the European Union, also very rarely have their own independent positions. So I think that the working assumption, realistic working assumption, is that the region will follow, you know, what the big powers will have to say, or how they will determine what needs to be done, and they will also very largely listen to what the European Union will say, because this is also the dominant framework in the whole of the region. I think it's also important to bear in mind that there is no consensus on what green economy and green recovery is all about and what it really is. There is no consensus on that across the field, so of course our region is confused as well. For example, the EU taxonomy, you know, sustainability organizations and green organizations have serious issues with what European Union sees as green. For example, we don't think that burning wood and biomass is particularly green, and we wouldn't want to see heavy subsidies in that sector. So, you know, there are still issues that we haven't agreed upon, and there's still a lack of consensus on many other things. So, you know, I do think that the event in Glasgow will be a critical event, only because we now have such an enormous amount of evidence of nature degradation that it becomes very hard for people who have been sort of denying this climate change and saying that it's, you know, conspiracy theories or it's not real. It's quite difficult to do that now. And I don't know, you may have already seen, if not, I invite you to certainly see the documentary that WWF did with Sir David Attenborough, Our Planet. You know, it's quite a shocking and revealing film made by the world's greatest nature conservationists. So I think one of the biggest challenges that we have, and Sasha already hinted at this, it's this whole idea that the capitalist model that we employ pretty much across the entire world now has its severe problems. And unless we are ready to look at that, challenge that, and offer alternative solutions, I fear that we will have conferences like these where everybody claims, you know, it's wonderful, we're all doing our bit, and by 2030 everything will be great because we'll have these fabulous frameworks in place. And at the same time, you know, we who are in the business of protecting nature and collecting evidence present more and more devastating evidence year on year. So, you know, my question would be, why do we need to wait until 2030 to have something?
That is
why
also
not
my
say,
question. Natasha, I would like to ask you also why 2030 as a checkpoint, maybe for two years period, not 10 years, or, you know, why have this checking moment when life is going on? So according to that, what for you will be biggest test for a region in next 1 year? Not 1 year period.
Certainly it will be how we handle energy transition in the region. As you know, over 70% of all of our energy supply in the region comes from fossil fuels, and these are old-fashioned fossil fuels, so these are, you know, the worst kind. Sources of energy, and I think that energy transition is a serious challenge for the whole region for years to come, not just for the next year. And in that, you know, there's this issue of, you know, is hydropower the solution? Is wood burning and biomass burning the solution? We think it is not, and we have evidence why that's not the case. So we will need quite a lot of consensus and skill and goodwill to take this region through the energy transition in a way that we don't repeat the same mistakes that we know now countries in the Western world have done. The other big challenge will be how do we really stick a whole, as I said, a whole development stage and take our countries to the sort of circular economy mindset, which is where the developed Western world wants to go. We have the opportunity to go there immediately. Why wait? Why go through the, you know, industrial and other stages that we know are detrimental to nature? And we have a huge demographic challenge, which, you know, is quite linked to everything that's going on in terms of climate change. And that is, we are losing young people, we're losing competent people, we are losing our youth who are migrating and emigrating and signaling that they're not returning to the region. And I think without the human capital, it becomes very difficult to have ambitious and creative development strategies, because you need people, you need human capital. And that, you know, that basically is what colleagues have hinted at when they say we don't have good projects and we don't have good ideas.
Thank you,
I think those are the key challenges.
Yeah. Thank you, Natasha. Before I ask our bankers about their next plan, Sasha, I would like to ask you not about challenges, because it's a politically correct word. I would like to ask about your problems here in Western Balkan. You know, to be honest.
Well, I mean, look, it's the lack of the sort of a, I would say, legal frameworks that we can trust, the rife corruption, the nepotism, the political instability in some places. I would say the lack of understanding that, and I think this is so interesting, because when you talk to bankers, you think we invest in companies and products and the growth models. We invest in people who manage these companies. We invest in their capacity to grow their business and have that capacity to deliver on the returns that we expect them to do. So I think it's a, if you look at it from the outside, I want to be very pragmatic. I mean, the lack of information, you know, all the internal system, corruption, the legacy issues on the political squabbling between these places. I mean, these are small countries. We need to have a completely different view of how this needs to be changed on a regional level. I mean, I listened to the president and the director of secretary of the state for agriculture. None of them has mentioned or even alluded to how different sectors of Serbia could be aligned with EU taxonomy. I need to understand that to be able to invest in that. So these are the things that needs to be changed in this context. And the problem of short-sightedness, I mean, many companies in Serbia and Croatia and Slovenia that I met in Bosnia as well, they think, yeah, but we are interested in the next quarter. We want to do it next month. But that's not the structural building of the business over time.
Yes, but they will help from Bodin and Alessandro, of course. So what are next steps for you, from your perspective, for business sector? You know, to Bodin, maybe you can answer me that, how to have this green economy, but in the core of business, you know, just like not to be, you know, to say, okay, I do this because I have to do, but in the core of the business, and how you will help that.
Well, to facilitate this essentially green recovery, going down into more granular, let's say, activities. And when we talk about structuring, basically we're talking about large infrastructure projects, because this is the fundamental issue. This is the water treatment plants, this is the solar installations, we're talking about large infrastructure projects. What we need to recognize is the world has changed. Of course, we're dealing with two significant issues. One is the pandemic, and the second one, climate change. So we have to incorporate into the structuring phases of these projects. We have to reflect what's going on in the world, what these issues are. This means climate smart principles, so applying what we are aiming to do in structuring future projects and applying these climate smart principles is foreseeing over the long term the negative effects, the externalities of the project to communities and the environment alike, and quantifying these. So setting up KPIs, metrics. If we're talking about PPPs, the concessionaire would have to adhere to these KPIs and metrics throughout the concession term. Until now, this has not been present or not abundantly present. So quantification of the impact in both environmental and social, which is essentially a risk mechanism for both the public and private partners over the term of the concession, using a PPP analogy. In terms of de-risking in a post-pandemic world, this is what all business essentially around the globe will look like from our point of view. This means essentially that there will be a triage of projects. The laissez-faire method of selecting projects based on just purely commercial viability or bankability are behind us. We now have to, in our selection and screening phase of projects, we have to do due diligence that goes way beyond just commercial principles, but also the ability to be resilient, so setting up resilient infrastructure, which is resilient to both climate shocks, but also pandemic-type events, black swan events, such as the one we're experiencing right now. So at a granular level, these are the kind of adaptations that we will see going forward in structuring these projects. But also, what we see as instrumental is setting up platforms. For example, we've heard that 4 gigawatts of solar energy will be present in Serbia over the next couple of years. We think this is a great development. However, in order to support 4 gigawatts of intermittent energy, we need to have energy storage. And we've set up a platform, it's called StoreNet, Energy Storage Network Providers, which the large and increasing demand for intermittent energy. We've put together regulators from across the globe in order to recognize the needs and set up the right business environment to support the rollout of renewable energy with a parallel rollout of storage to make sure that we're maximizing the utility to the end users, which are the citizens of this renewable energy. So this would, for example, be some of the ways that we would facilitate this.
So thank you. But Alessandro, from your point of view, we see that the world is facing with a great damage because of the climate change and private sector too. So according to your experience, is private sector aware how to prevent this damage? And are they aware to put that in their strategy, business strategy, political and business strategy?
Yes, let's first start from the reality, let's say. I will take from what Sasha was saying. If we try to put it in the context of the Western Balkans, it's very difficult to get accurate and reliable information of what companies are doing. So in the terms of EIB perspective and experience, where our activity relies mostly in the European Union, we can try to extrapolate information out of universe of clients in the European Union. And let's say there is, on the positive side, certain findings from an investment survey that has been carried out by EIB, World Bank, and EBRD across the Central Eastern Europe region, which says that companies are taking on board the commitment to climate change in line with the Green Deal and the Fit for 55 proposal that has been presented recently. The survey says that around 45% of the EU firms, compared to 32% in the US, are making investment to address climate change. At the same time, it says that nearly 50% of European Union firms are investing in energy efficiency. The problem is, and you mentioned it in your question, is are companies really aware of what risks lie behind in terms of their inability to cope with the climate change and what this entails for the business? So, and this comes, let's say, the negative flip of the survey, because it clearly says that on the one hand, firms are generally aware of what we call direct physical risk of climate change. So what is visible and what are the consequences for the business related to the impact of climate changes. And 60% of the firm says this is a concern and we are vulnerable to this. The problem is that on top of this, there is what we call in the survey a transition risk. So the understanding of changes in also consumer profile related to the decarbonization commitments and so on and so forth. And there is a significant need for improvement of awareness, and that in the absence of that, firms will not be able to continue and in their growth path in the next decade. Let's say that another finding of the survey clearly says, along what has been said also by Sasha and Bodin, is that, there is a certain uncertainty that prevent firms to really take with them this commitment to climate change. And this includes, we said, uncertainty over incentives or taxation. There is regulation which is not clear. There are substantial investment costs. I think before firms can really embark in massive investments, they need a clear government regulation. We talked about this already, to make clear decision for the future growth. And I believe, I think my belief is not completely shared by all panelists today, but I believe that the EU taxonomy actually provides at least the framework for moving ahead towards environmental sustainable economic activities, but also new reporting requirements, in particular for large corporates, that allow them to understand whether they are on the right track or not. Now, coming to the Western Balkans, the picture is less rosy than for the European Union. What comes out of the investment survey says that basically most of the firms lag behind in terms of their green investments, and roughly 2/3 of them do not see energy efficiency measures as a priority, although they consider them as a profitable investment. So what the EIB and other financiers are trying to do is to provide on top of their financing, in particular in our case for the private sector, the main channel of our investment is through the network of commercial banks, which are closer to the beneficiary. So we provide a number of credit lines that are supplemented by technical assistance that introduce new framework, new clear rules, new identified investment that help companies to progress in this direction.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Would you, before, will you conclude this panel as my right hand, or you have something to add? Because I would like
I have to agree something with Alexandra, because he said we are not sharing certain points. The EU taxonomy and the financial regulation that is coming in place will be very important. But I'm looking for the regional perspective, Western Balkans perspective. And when I was hearing what Mr. Bulatovic is saying, they are big international companies, and the focus of their attention, correct me if I'm wrong, are big projects. So when Bodin is saying, Serbia would have additional wind fields here in Serbia, it doesn't refer to most of these people here. So it's not relevant for them. You already know which companies will be there to get that investment. And they're in direct communication both with EIB or IFC. On the other side, I'm trying to refer to that what we are missing is the grassroots, the foundation. On the other side, this year, I was speaking with the CEO of one of the biggest dairy companies in Serbia, and it is part of one of the biggest systems in the world. And they are not aware of the risks that are coming in their direction. When I'm talking to him about the climate action, climate change, he was talking to me, like, well, we need to do this for the next quarter. But I didn't bother to explain to him 30% of his suppliers are in a drought-prone region for 2-3 years in a row. So if he's not addressing that in his value chain, tomorrow he will not have supply base. He will ruin his business. So where is that link with the international institutions and the government? The international institutions are looking what's in their interest on the financial side. They do something on the capacity building side. On the other side, the governments is doing on their own. And most of these things that the governments are doing are politically influenced, various political influence, which are not tackling this foundation. So I'm coming back to what Sasha said. We need the information. To get the information, the easiest way, are we going to wait for the government to provide us with that information? We already know that's not functional. So, but the business itself has the resources, the right resources in place, financial resources, synergies, and if we create that kind of platform that will be a beacon on in the Western Balkans and synergize all these missing components, then we'll link the activities that EIB, EBRD, IFC is doing, and also on the other side, the interest of corporate sector. So I think that's what it takes to get this going.
And now, as we are on our, we don't have so much time, so I would like to ask you, would you like something to add that I didn't ask you? And it is very important, Natasha, this also refers to you. So are we on that train, on back train, or in the front of train, or we are sitting in the chairs and waiting for something to come?
The question is, who is we in that case?
To speed the train.
Yeah, are you referring we to Western Balkans, or are you referring that to a broader context of...
Yeah, I would like to ask you first, as we as a Western Balkan, because we live here, but also this is a global issue, you know.
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So, Sasha?
No, I honestly, you want an honest answer?
Always.
Yes, I don't think Western Balkans is there. There are many reasons why. There are many uncertainties. I think most of the economic discourse in Balkan countries, the Western Balkan countries, is still about pure sort of commercial survival. It's more tactical, it's not strategic. So that's sort of how the business leaders look at it, tactically, how we can solve this for the next quarter, next month, and so on. I think the game is changing. I think they're gonna be forced. I mean, this is the business opportunity in the world. I mean, sustainable transition is the biggest business opportunity ever we have experienced. And either you're sort of on the right side of that story, or you're going to be on the other side, which is going to cost you a lot of money, and you won't attract any investments. I mean, in the finance world, it's very simple. It's 1 and 0. So it's binary. So either you're on one side and you're going to tap into that opportunity or not. I had just one question to Natasha, which I found very interesting in Croatia. Natasha, how many hours, sun hours, does Adriatic coast has per year?
From wherever you are on the coast, as you know, we have an island which is considered to be an island with probably the most sun hours in Europe. This is the island of Hvar,
yes,
where we have 360 sunny days per year. And where you can grow lavender and other cultures as a result. But
now, Natasha, the reason why I'm asking you that is that what's the energy mix derived from solar power in Croatia?
Oh, it's nowhere near its potential.
Yes, and potential is great, isn't it? And I think I think I look at the numbers at Hvar, and I was stunned by the fact that there is basically solar power and solar storage power is not developed at all. And these are the things. This is a practical thing. Look at Serbia. Look at the potential of this country, both on bio side, on solar side, all of these opportunities. But we need to tap into that. And the way to tap into it, I think, is that maybe this dialogue is a start. We need information. We need to work together to get these things to be visible so we can invest in them. Thank you, Natasha.
Thank you, Sasha. Natasha, would you like to add something?
I mean, look, I have to agree, with some of my colleagues on the panel. I'm also optimistic. I think, we have this, Western Balkans, for people who don't know, is a region of incredibly rich biodiversity. So we have value and wealth to Europe and the rest of the world that goes beyond pretty much any other region in Europe. So we're not even aware of our potential. We're not even aware of what we bring to the table. And we so desperately want to be like countries that have significantly fewer biodiversity value or nature importance. I mean, the Balkans is pretty much the last wilderness in the heart of Europe. And that's really, a competitive advantage that you can't get anywhere else. Also, I have to just say that I don't think that the EU taxonomy is bad or wrong, and it's not that WWF isn't supporting it. By all means, we are supporting it, and I agree with my colleague that it is the step in the right direction. We just think that we can do better, and we hope that we will do better, and we see it as a work in progress. I also agree that these type of dialogues is how we need to move forward. I think we need to intensify this relationship and cooperation between different sectors. I think these kind of conversations should happen more often. I think that we make quite a lot of policies in vacuum, particularly, we tend to stay within our own comfortable, area of comfort. So I very much look forward to future discussions like this, and I'll reach out to every single panelist today as a follow-up and see, if there are ways in which we can cooperate and how we could maybe, work together to bring about the change that we need.
Natasha, thank you very much. Thank you for joining us. Bodin, Alessandro,
absolutely.
Would you like to add something that is important, Bodin, please?
Thank you. Just to echo what Sasha and Natasha said, the unused potential in the Western Balkans, of course, is huge, and there will be the necessity for the Western Balkans to adapt because the world around us is adapting. Essentially, the investors' appetites have shifted, and the demand for conventional, non-sustainable, non-climate-friendly products is diminishing. And therefore, inevitably, maybe the momentum right now is not, and the potential is not where we want it to be, but inevitably down the road, we will see the Western Balkans adapt to the ever-changing global environment. And I think this is slowly happening, as we've never seen a larger, at least pipeline of potential green projects, so to speak, both in the energy sphere and the infrastructure sphere, in North Macedonia with large solar projects, in Serbia with green bond enabling regulatory legislation coming out this year, and renewable energy auctions. So the momentum is there. And I think down the road, I hope 1 year down the line, we will reconvene here and we say that we got on this train, and the green recovery is the engine towards creating a more sustainable and low carbon transition, especially in the Western Balkans. So here's hoping.
Thank you, Alessandro.
On my side, just maybe to conclude what has been said, cover it all. But let me just say, and I mean, there's been quite accurate, I would say, picture of the situation here, with the complexity and the difficulties to support really this train into this direction. Maybe to just silver lining on the discussion is from banks, but also from the donors, and including the largest donor to the region, so the European Union. I just wanted to remind people there is a huge amount of resources that could be made available to support this process. And I think the issue so far has been as Bertolini was saying before, the cooperation, the lack of cooperation, the fact that those resources are not necessarily conveyed towards the same objectives, and there should be more should be done to aggregate these resources, to clearly set actions that could be supported to this. And as I said, there is a huge community of donors. There is a huge availability of financing from public but also private investors if the framework and the certainty over investment is increased. So I think, hopefully, as Bodin was saying, we will convene soon to discuss this in the near future, and we will have a completely different picture from the one
Thank
today.
you. Thank you for that optimism from Bodim and Alessandro. But from you, Sasha, I don't know. You are very, very realistic.
I'm optimistic, but I'm very pragmatic as well. I want to see results.
Okay.
So
I agree with that. I also want to see results and concrete answers. So please, Goran, as my right hand.
Yeah. Well, all important things are mentioned. It's good that we had a frank discussion, to exchange all the information on the field so that people who need to make that transformation understand how serious the next transformation is here. What I want to add actually is EIB just a week ago established something which is called EIB Climate and Environment Advisory Council, which very much go into the direction that we are talking about here. A platform that will help EIB facilitate the investments on the field. That platform, I read a little bit about it, brings exactly what we are talking about here. Key enablers, sustainability professionals, scientific institutions, NGOs. So that's what we need here to take this process off the ground and to educate the corporate sector, which should be the primary driver of changes. And I think all these institutions are equipped to follow that.
Thank you. Thank you, Goran. Thank you all. Thank you, of course, you for listening us. I hope this was a very qualitative discussion and dialogue that we have, and we will continue in our next panel. Now we have 30 minutes for refreshment, but in the meanwhile, I would like to remind you once again that we will use this break for signing leadership statement with whom your company or institution expressed interest in the following up this event with the process that will lead toward the official formalization of the Western Balkan Green Navigator. Thank you very much once again, and we will see here in 30 minutes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, good day now. We are almost at noon, so we are continuing our program with the second panel, Greening the Financial System, Unlocking Sustainable Corporate Transformation. And it's a very interesting subject. As you see, there's a chair and co-host, my left hand, my right hand, Goran Jarnic and Sasha Beslik. And we have also our panelists via Zoom. They are Mr. Laurent Babakian and Mr. Vincent Duin-Hauer. And they will joining us via Zoom link. Good day to you also. And during this panel, Giorgio Marchegiani also will join us. So first of all, Goran, I would like to ask you to tell us why this topic is important, because we had this first panel where we're talking about train, green train, did we catch it? And now why this topic is linked to this green train?
Well, the climate change is the existential threat to humanity. It's number one geopolitical priority in the world. So to enable that, you need finance. And that's why we need to engage financial sector. But the financial sector, old-fashioned business as usual, supporting that neoliberal model that is now becoming one of the biggest obstacles to transformation towards climate neutral economy. So along with the companies, the financial sector is also passing through the transition practically as a vehicle to spearhead investments towards the climate neutral businesses.
Thank you. Mr. Marchiani, thank you very much for joining us.
Thank you. I'm sorry that just for everybody's, I was to another panel on electric mobility. So in Serbia,
so it's green
sustainable and green
Serbia.
Economy is on the...
Flourishing.
Yeah. Okay, so sorry for that.
It's okay. Thank you for joining us. And thank you, Goran and Sasha, from global perspective of you. Financing is everything or not in green energy, in green economy?
I think what you can clearly see is that the green finance, or the different concept of green finance, being that ESG-related finance, climate finance, impact-driven investments, sustainable development goals-driven investments are increasing. However, there's still what's maybe relevant to put into the context of this is that even if you look at what the European Union is doing with SFDR, which is the new regulation for financial sector on sustainable financial disclosure regulation, is pushing financial industry to be very precise on what objectives does it have with its investments. So right now, I think the space we are moving into from a global perspective is to try to see what investments can we do, financially viable investments, but also investments that can create tangible outcomes for better societies where they actually take place. So in the companies that we invest in, yes.
But tell me if I'm wrong, but this is not some investment like before. This is investment that changing a life, not only economy, but also the way of life and the way of thinking, because this is really a matter of human beings. Are we going to live here in another 100 years?
I would call them a transformative investment. Yeah. So you will have the traditional mainstream investments have been maybe, more sort of, if you think about it, single-minded in the way what they were looking for to maintain the existing system. These are more of transformative investments. However, they are still based on the financial solid grounds. It's not philanthropy. We are not giving away money. We want to get returns back, and we want to get them back in the context of the world we live in. And the context of the world we live in is not the same as it was 60, 70 years ago. So we need to be able to see that these investments carry more than just returns. I mean, returns are many different things, financial returns, but also better societies, less CO2 emissions, more inclusive societies, all of these things.
Yes, exactly. That's what I want to say. This is transforming investment. Please.
Well, basically, it's like when you build a house, you have the basic house that you can decide to build, or you can decide to build the house with certain materials and respecting the environment and doing. The house is always the house, but we are now in a sophisticated society on the one hand. On the other hand, we see the need of changing the way we pollute, basically not to pollute. This is imperative, you know, we see. I have been in the Arctic seeing polar bears dying, but this was probably not necessary to me to understand how important is to avoid this. You know, it's I think that finance is both in banks and insurance, and I'm also wanted to talk about how insurance companies tackle with this. Are a fundamental element to support or not support this transformation. And as far as, for example, insurance companies are concerned, we tackle with this topic from 2 points of view. The point of view of asset management and the point of view of liability management. Liability management for us is the management of our risks. Our risks, insurance companies are bearing a lot of unknown risk in all this story, so they have to ask themselves how to tackle them, how to prepare for them, and you know, the floods, the wildfires, the changing mobility patterns. We have even strategic risk that certain cultivation will not be, let's say, possible in certain areas of the world due to climate change, or we require substantial investment. So we are fundamental in deciding that. We are also I can quote an example of Eastern Europe without mentioning the country. There are many power plants that are very polluting. The question is, we come to the point where we decide not to insure those things. But even before insurers, reinsurers, force reinsurers is the insurance of the insurance, basically come to us and say, hey, listen, my friend, if you want to reinsure this, which is you, either we don't do it at all or you pay more. So we are driving through economic forces investment. Everybody is conscious of the fact that to have a better world, we have to invest. To have to invest, somebody has to pay. These have to pay, we have to gently drive the world in this way. In the asset management, meaning we invest the money that clients give us in life insurance, for example, the whole ESG topic is so important. Basically, we come to the point to influence the way company thinks. Company tends to be greener, but not because not only because of a philosophical, but also because of an economical.
Not only.
Yeah. So I think here we come to the crossroad of corporate social responsibility and, let's say, business corporate responsibility, where basically we have to push. There is, for me, an ethical intention at the beginning, because you try to strive for a better world. You have kids, you want your kids to still, and the kids of your kids, and so on and so forth. So I think we have a big responsibility, and we should act very responsibly in all places of the world. Sometimes it's easier, sometimes it's more difficult.
Thank you for that. It is a great intro for my next question to Mr. Laurent Babikian. Thank you very much for joining us. You are a strong proponent of responsible capitalism. How capitalism can be responsible? We don't hear you. Okay. It's okay. Yes.
You can. Okay. Because here everything is fine. So thank you for Goran Janjic to invite me and CDP at this session and the Western Balkans Sustainability Dialogue. I wanted just to make a remark on what was just said, and thank you. Hi, Sasha. Also, we already met. So hi everybody. To say something about a report that we did at the beginning of the year with Oliver Wyman. In Europe, there is a 4 trillion euro gap between the money that wants to be net zero aligned. When we say net zero, grosso modo, it means to be aligned on a 1.5 degrees Celsius world. And we know now that we are probably on a 3.2 degrees Celsius world, business as usual. and the reality of what can this money invest. Because in Europe, we estimate, based on the reporting to CDP and on the Science-Based Target Initiative, we estimate that 1 in 10 listed companies is aligned with the 1.5-degree world. So there is 9 companies that could not, if investors were to do by compliance and by regulation, which is coming to be aligned on a 1.5-degree world, then they wouldn't be able to do the job, only 1 in 10 companies. So this is why it is so important for corporations to go on this pathway and to accelerate so that they can align with the Paris Agreement, and a bit more than the Paris Agreement, 1.5 degrees, because it will be crucial for them, those companies, to find money over time, because the more we go, the less it will be obvious for them to find money if they are not showing willingness with the transition plan to reach this 1.5 degrees. So we are seeing that very clearly now on the market, that investors need to align their portfolio of debt or equity, and they just can't do it easily. So the company who are already aligned, they don't have any problem to receive financing, and if they need financing, it's at a very low cost. It will be very easy for them. The one who are not aligned, it will be more and more complicated. So this might result, we have some empiric evidence, we don't have some academic demonstration of that the cost of capital of the company who are not aligned on a 1.5-degree world will be much higher, relatively higher to the cost of capital of the company who are aligned on the 1.5-degree world. So to come back to responsible capitalism, everything that we're discussing now is great. Sustainable finance is great. We need to do that. Sustainable finance, if in my words I could summarize that, the way how finance will be able to feed or to help the world feed 10 billion people by 2050 with limited natural resources on Earth. So this is what we call ESG, but the real ESG, not the ESG greenwashed, and there are lots of greenwashing in ESG. So, but it doesn't respond to the question, how do we split the wealth of nations, the wealth created? And we have a very, all this could be linked to what we call the just and fair transition. And I like the comment that was made before. It's an ethical basis. At the beginning, yes, we need to have ethics in business, and it's probably not the case always. And one of the best examples of what I'm saying is that while the world made minus 4.5% in GDP in 2020, the stock market worldwide, if you take the addition of all the stock market worldwide, were at their historic high. I don't know if it's now or it was, I have the graphic in February 2021 with 110 trillion valuation. So showing that the future perspective of profit and cash flow of all those companies is brilliant and bright, while the real economy today is in a very catastrophic situation. And this was explained by the fact that central banks were created tons of money, of liquidity, but unfortunately this liquidity did not go into GDP, to create GDP. There is still no inflation. This money went to created another kind of inflation, which is the inflation on the stock prices, the real estate prices, the cryptocurrencies, and probably corruption. So that's not sustainable anymore. So the central bank are very independent. They are so independent that they are not accountable to anybody. And they should be accountable to somebody, because we are creating now an increase of the gap between the richest of the world and the poorest of the world. That's not sustainable in the future we want to see in respect with climate change, biodiversity, water, and all those topics that we are discussing. That was an example. But so responsible capitalism is the ultimate state of ESG, is what's going to happen after we solve this sustainable finance issue. We will have to explain how, and we will have to find ways to share the pie in a better way. And one example could be, for example, that all those asset owners who increase, I mean, UBS made a study that's showing that in 2020, between March and July 2020, the 2,350 billionaires of the world increased their wealth by 30 or 35% without doing anything because the stock market was increasing. So the least we can do probably is to create a tax on the capital gain that was made by some of those people to just give it back to finance the COVID deficit. There are a lot of ideas going on, and there will be more and more, and we need to start tackling this topic as well as climate change and biodiversity.
Yes, but at this moment, according to your opinion, are people who run the world, politicians, are they aware and are they willing to accept this responsible capitalism?
Yeah, I mean that's a very good question. I don't see the political, the political, they want to maintain an oligarchic system in place, and but the oligarchic system is breaking now. We see that the more the time is passing, the more it's in a dangerous, and I think we see some weakness of the system, and we need to fix the system. So we're not talking about making a revolution, but there are many things that we could do. I still believe that the market, when it is well informed with the right signals and the right information, can be very efficient. They are just not efficient today at all. You have lots of monopoly, a liberal, a normal functioning of the market should break the monopoly, and all the platform, the digital platform are monopolistic. And it doesn't allow the pure and perfect competition to express itself. But if the market breaks the monopoly, and there is Lisa Khan, in the US, she was named by Joe Biden, and she's very much in favor of breaking those monopoly, and we'll see what happens in the US. And if also you give to the market the right signals, so the price on carbon, the price on water, the price on biodiversity, on pollution, the price on all the externalities that are caused because we are producing, then the price of a stock, the asset pricing, will take this into account, and the numerator of what we call the discounted cash flow model will be much lower than the one we have now, and the stock price will be much lower, everything else being equal. It's just that we don't have this price information to enable to calculate rightly the price of a company. Look at Tesla. Tesla is worth 750 billion on the market, and Tesla is worth the sum of all the nine followers, Toyota, Volkswagen. You pile the 9 followers of Tesla, and you have the price of Tesla. There is a lot of speculation about that. They only have 1% of the market. They only produce 500,000 vehicles, and the world market is around 60 million vehicles. And it's just the fact to have so much money makes that the analysis of risk is not that accurate. And it's because you have money, then you don't care about risk anymore. You just invest. And so there are things that we can do, and the market can be efficient, but they need to have the right information. So it's a political decision, yes, but people are changing, and it's coming, because we see the boat is moving from every angle.
It's shaking. Boat is shaking.
Yes, more than shaking, and this will have to come, and it's coming.
Okay, and it will come, but we need also money. And Vincent from EBRD is here with us. Vincent, thank you very much for joining us. And we have heard it's a new economic paradigm about green economy, and it's not just business as usual, as I might to say. It's more than business as usual. How you cope with that?
Well, first of all, can you hear me?
Yes, we hear you.
Great.
We do
okay.
hear
Good morning.
you.
Good morning, and thank you also from my side for the invitation for this very interesting discussion. Now, certainly, many of the points that have already been made show clearly that it's not business as usual, and I think as EBRD we've realized this already for some time now. You may know that our region has some of the most carbon and energy intensive countries in the world. So we've been very much aware that there's a big challenge ahead to to support countries in making this transition to the low carbon and resilient economy that we need to have, and we need to have as soon as possible. But maybe just to reflect on a couple of points. I mean, certainly the issue of finance and green finance is a crucial one, and indeed EBRD is one of the main providers of green finance in the Western Balkans. We've provided around 3.5 billion of green finance in the Western Balkans since 2006. And to remind listeners that for each euro that we invest, roughly 3 to 4 euros are invested by other companies or co-investors. So, I mean, I think we have some significant experience in this area, but it's clear that it's certainly not enough, and we need to step up very fast, and it's certainly something that we cannot do ourselves. I think maybe as a development bank, it's also important to bear in mind that beyond finance, we also need to support the actual transition and put in place the right signals and the right policy framework. And I think what we've seen in our engagements with the private sector, there's probably a couple of elements that we feel are key for the private sector really to step up in this sense. And I think Laurent already mentioned a very important one, which is to minimize market distortions. So the problem we face currently is that many externalities are not priced in the market. So if you take the typical example of the price of carbon, this is a clear externality that is not being priced in the right way. Certainly not in those countries that do not have a functioning ETS, emission trading scheme, or a carbon tax. So this is really something that as a bank we're pushing for, because we feel that ensuring that there's no market distortion will ensure that there's no picking of winners, and actually there'll be competition, and those companies that are best placed to deal with this low carbon transition will be successful, and there will be no artificial support to companies that in essence should probably go bankrupt, right, if there was a proper market. I think the second element of this transition, which is key for the private sector, is to have clarity and certainty on the long-term targets, right? And this is why we are really stepping up our engagement, both in terms of engaging with companies, but in municipalities, in sectors, and in economy-wide long-term strategies like the NDCs and the LTS, because private companies need to have a clear view that there's a clear target, there's a long-term target that a country wants to reach climate neutrality by a certain date, and understand what are the intermediate steps. And if there's a clear signal that this is something that the government and all the players are serious about, this is a very important signal to the private sector, we feel. And the third element, which we feel is absolutely crucial, is to ensure that there's a stability in the regulatory system. So we all know very well that in terms of the renewable energy uptake, one of the crucial elements, those countries that are most successful to pick up really in terms of renewable energy, are those countries that have put in place a good, stable system in terms of renewables, and the same applies to energy efficiency, circular economy, climate resilience, etc. So we feel that those three elements are something that, as a multilateral development bank, working with other partners, with the private sector, with the government entities, with other MDBs and other international organizations, we really need to push our countries that this framework is put in place. Because just having finance is not enough. We really need to have this framework in place as well. So it's maybe an initial reflection from my side.
Yes, but as I have said during the previous panel, I don't want to be politically correct and ask you about challenges. I ask you about problems of implementation of this strategy that you have in EBRD. You know, what are the main problems as you see from until now?
Well, the problems relate very much to the comments I just made. So the problem is that in many countries, there's no level playing field, because carbon is not being priced properly, fossil fuel is being subsidized, and this means that there's no level playing field, and that means that companies are not investing and are not competing at equal basis, right? So on an equal level playing field. That's one of the key issues. The other key issue is that there's an absence of clear long-term targets and intermediate steps to reach those targets. So companies, especially now well, whether you want to call it COVID or post-COVID situation, we all know very well that companies were focused on survival, right? So they had a very short-term focus on surviving. Now what is important is to ensure that countries, sectors, municipalities, corporates put in place these long-term strategies and have therefore a clear pathway to how they want to reach these targets. Because it's all fine to announce climate neutrality by 2050 as EU or as other players in the market or other companies in the market or corporates, like for example ArcelorMittal. But we need to also ensure that these companies can actually implement these pathways and also have the tools. So in that sense, from our side, we're also very keen to provide tools and also to show that it makes sense, also in terms of the cost of funding, to invest in these kind of investments. I think the other, as a private sector MBB, we feel, again, I'm sort of repeating myself, the market is also doing a lot of already sending signals, right? So you will have seen the rising electricity prices also in Serbia. You have seen also, I think, the notion of consumer preferences. There's a building pressure by consumers to ensure that they buy goods from companies that are greener, sustainable, resilient. So I think in that sense, there's also some good signals there, but certainly also some barriers, as I've just set out.
Thank you, Vincent. Okay, please.
If I can add something to what Vincent said, I mean, I invite all the companies to follow the science-based targets process, because the science-based target initiative is today the best assessment of long-term Scope 1, Scope 2, and Scope 3 emission reduction target on the market. It's an independent consortium made of CDP, WWF, WRI, and UN Global Compact. And we have now something like 800 companies which are already approved, whose targets are already approved to be in line with the, and with the, you know, you have midterm targets and long-term target, what Vincent said. So that's done. We need to have more of these, and we have another 800 companies in the pipeline who would like to become SBT. And when I was referring to this study before, 1 in 10 are SBT approved at the beginning of my presentation. We need to have 10 out of 10, you know, and as we say now, just also said by Vincent, there is you know, the company who won't be on the pathway will have more and more problems to be funded in the future. So if it's the case in the Balkans, then I invite all the Balkan company to follow the SBT initiative, and we can help you. I mean, no problem. After we can, you know, I can explain you how to do that, or through Goran. It's there is a process well defined.
Thank you, And now, Mr. Marchegiani, correct me if I'm wrong, but for insurance company, climate change is one of the biggest challenge.
Yeah.
If you already have so many, you know, on your strategy, and now with this climate change, I think this is like not one step forward, like 100 steps forward.
Yeah. It's 100 steps forward, and not clear always in with which effects exactly. Mm-hmm. Yeah, I mean, okay, insurance, I always say when I talk to people about insurance, which is understood, you know, like a very boring topic. In fact, insurance by nature has to tackle many of the challenges of humanity, not only the climate change, also the aging of population, the health, the mobility changes, and everything. So we are used to this level of unknown, and in a certain sense we are prepared. When I joined Swiss Re, a giant of reinsurance, in 1989, was my first job. I was 23, and I first met somebody expert of climate. And because this company in 1989 was already working in that space, because it was clear in some sense. So, having said so, we don't have the crystal ball, so we don't know. We try to work on all the data chains that we have, even though we are pretty conscious that for certain phenomena, the fact that the world is changing doesn't allow us to have data. We base insurance, we are in the contradictory situation where insurance usually base all its, let's say, financial sustainability on the availability of data on actuarial reasoning. In this case, we have a moving target. That's very difficult, but we need to live with this and we accept this challenge. How we do? We try to put together different models, and then we try to become solid from the capital point of view. In the end, that's what we do. In Serbia, we have a solvency ratio of almost 300%. In Italy, of 180, okay, according to Solvency II matrix. We simply, and then we need to study and learn and be prudent, and also drive our clients to follow us in certain measures to reduce the risk. After that, you know, when you see wildfires in America, it's huge. Floods, when we talk about Balkans, the real risk here in Balkans are floods more than earthquakes. Floods, you know, you have the Danube, you have the Sava, you have the Drin, you have the Tisa, and we have models, we observe it. We are ready for that. I think that paradoxically here in the Balkans, the problem is that way too little clients are aware of the risk, so way too little people insure. We are ready and happy to insure because for example, we have a capacity at the level of our group. Sorry that I omitted to introduce myself, but I am CEO of the DEOR Insurance, and the DEOR is part of an Italian group, Unipol. Our group is big, has a reinsurance capacity of almost 2 billion euro for catastrophe. Mm-hmm. So we are ready because we insure half Italy and big part of Serbia. The problem in Serbia is that people are not insured. So people think that the flood could come. In fact, in 2014 came, even in the past. They know that they are near the river bank, but they don't insure. For me, that's an issue because this increases the uncertainty in the economy, and in a developing economy like Serbia that can make things completely kaput. So in this, our logic is okay. We know that the risk is unknown. Currently, we are more focused on promoting the fact that we can hedge the risk because our social role is this one.
That you have a problem with organization. I think that the biggest issue is education of people.
Is for sure education and in this, and also, for example, in agriculture insurance. Also, so for Serbia, agriculture is a strategic sector. Sorry?
It's okay.
Okay. The insurance, the hail and the storm and the hail are very concrete risks, very, very present. Every year we pay a lot of claims. Still, 15%, 10% of the arable land is insured in Serbia. The rest, 90% is not insured. Arable land, so we are talking about. It means that our problem is twofold: to find the financial capacity to cover these risks, but even more to find somebody who wants to buy our coverages. So in this is the issue, the education. We try to push, and all these initiatives like today, which make people more aware at the basic level, are very important. Yeah. And so we play our role in between the future uncertainty and the current unawareness, I would say.
Thank you, Sasha. How would you describe this play role between future and past? And if we talk about the greening financial sector and insurance sector also in Western Balkan region?
I completely understand the insurance side, because insurance is actually trying to address consequences by offering people insurance services. And in Balkans, it's well known, it's better to have one bird in your hand than two on a tree. So people are not prone to do these things because they're very short-sighted, because they're used to it due to the background and the system that was here before, and to a certain extent is still here. But I think we need to sort of revise discussion a bit back, and it goes back to what was mentioned from the panelist colleagues on the digital side, on the internet or Zoom. 100 companies in the world, emit 77% of all industrial CO2 emissions. 100 companies. So now you can ask yourself, so why is this such a big problem? Why do we talk about this? So, but when you start looking at these 100 companies, corporations and companies, then you start positioning these companies into the context of the societies where they operate. So everything is basically intertwined with each other. So you just can't take them out. So as an investor, what you're trying to understand, it's not only about us understanding the physical risk, which is what insurance companies are addressing, droughts, fires, all of these things. What we are trying to understand is that how can we see where the transitional risks are going, what industries are moving, where they are moving, how do we price this? Do we price this right? Our externalities addressed. Do we have a right pricing for CO2 emissions? So, but I think we are somehow not, I understand that this discussion from where we come, many of us, is sort of on almost like a meta level, because there are so many things that are happening in this world. And at the same time, here in Serbia, people need pragmatic, practical information to raise their awareness, to understand that this is not, I mean, I said that in an earlier panel, this is not anymore a nice thing to have. I mean, we are putting a lot of money into this, and as has been said earlier, there are huge amounts of funds available that we want to deploy, we want to invest, but we need to do it in line with the ESG requirements. ESG stands for environmental, social, and governance. It means that we assess companies on their capacity to manage both risk, environmental, carbon risk, social risk, but also opportunities. So, you know, from the outside angle, we also need to be able to talk about how can we not only manage consequences, but also how can we, through our investments, prevent these things to happen. So we need to move investments into that space.
Yes, how to introduce climate change as a model to private sector, but not big private sector, big companies, small, medium companies.
Yeah, but I think, you know,
with the help from banks.
It's a narrative discussion. It's a lingo. It's a language issue. We don't have a problem with the climate change. Climate change is a consequence. We have a problem with the economic system. I mean, this is something. So if you go to small, medium-sized companies, say, look, guys, you don't manage this, you're going to have economic issues. You'll not be able to grow. You'll not be able to capitalize yourself. You will not be able to get new products online, new services. So I think we're using climate change as a bit sort of it's not tangible, it's quite fuzzy. I mean, it's happening all over the world. But the thing is, this is an economic issue. I mean, insurance companies know that very well. We know it as well. Physical... if companies are facing physical risks caused by climate change, and these risks are not climate related, they are economic for them. They feel them on their skin, on their P&L. So these are the things that we need to sort of start changing this narrative about. This is about economy. This is about future of our economic system. This is not about the climate. Climate change is a consequence. It's caused by things. So that's the sort of a thing that I think we need to start discussing. Just transition, all of these things that were mentioned before. I completely agree about that, but we need to start discussing not only the consequences which we have to face, but also how we can build new systems and what they need to entail. And
in that sense, Laurent, thank you, Sasha. Laurent, I want to ask you, you also managed or mentioned the idea of International Sustainability Standards Board. So can you explain us?
It's just excellent what Sasha just said, because this is why the notion of double materiality is very important to take into account in ESG reporting standards. So now basically there are two things happening, you know, because it's good. So I invite all the companies in the Balkans to be transparent, to report their ESG impact. And I mean, probably the first one should be the climate impact, so their emissions, to be able to calculate their emissions in a very precise way. And not only the scope 1 and scope 2, but mainly the scope 3. I mean, there are 3 types of emissions calculated with the GHG protocol. The most important of the emissions is the scope 3, and it is the scope 3 that is the most complicated to calculate. So this is why the companies are reporting very few scope 3 when they report. But they need to do the job. And we know how to do that. We more and more, we have tools to do that, and that's crucial for the economy. But when they report and when they are transparent, so that's the first step, and they must be transparent because the investors need to have access to this information to be able to do their ESG integration job analysis. Now there is a question of how do they do that? Is it a patchwork of many standards to do that, or is there anything that is agreed internationally? Right now it's a bit of a patchwork of many things. So we need to go towards standardization of ESG reporting, the same way there is a standardization of financial reporting with the IASB, which is run by the IFRS. And now here you have two tendencies right now, two trends. The one which is the one you just mentioned, the IASB run by the IFRS, the foundation, that would like to put in parallel to the financial standard, a non-financial standard. And that's a very much Anglo-Saxon approach to it. And there is a European approach, which is run by EFRAG, working now on a document that will be presented in Q1 2022 about what should an ESG reporting standard look like, at least in Europe. And the main difference between the two approaches is the notion of double materiality. So double materiality is the company, when they produce, they have an impact on the environment because they are emitting, but then as Sasha said, externally there are problems of biodiversity, of water, impact the way companies are producing. So it's not a one-way effect, it's a double-way effect. And in the Anglo-Saxon approach is about single materiality. So we need to go toward the most ambitious standard. And then this has to be approved at the G7 or the G20 level. And to me, the most ambitious approach is the European approach, but we see clearly there is a fight between the Anglo-Saxon approach and the European approach. But at the end of the day, there need to be one standard that all the companies in the world will report in respect with this standard. And we see that, you know, at play now. It's being done now, and we're waiting for the two standards. There are some discussion between each of them, but still not at the very low level. They are in the observer group of the others, and I would say that Europe, you know, is with the action plan that Europe made and the laws. Europe is very much, it's the continent which is probably the most in advance on all those sustainability matters, forcing companies to respond and to report non-financial data, investor to report, as was said before, I think by Sasha, with the SFDR. So there are lots of very good things, and it could be the vitrine of what the others need to follow.
Thank you. And Goran, please. No, I just want to ask Goran why this is relevant for us here on Western Balkans.
Well, there are a lot of acronyms used in the last half an hour, and many people here in Western Balkans are not truly aware of what's going on. Practically, we are talking about the regulatives that are pretty much in final stages in EU and globally, which will be transposed and have an effect to regional markets. And the important thing is that I want to put it in a regional perspective is, as we have what Lawrence said, financial accounting, which is, we all know what's at the end of the year, you have all these reports that you are submitting to the financial institutions. You will have another one, which practically you will have to report your impact or impact of your processes and products on the nature, on the climate and things like that. So that's very important for the companies to understand. When Lawrence mentioned the science-based target initiative, how many companies here are actually are able to measure their impact on nature? I'm betting very few. So they need to understand that they must start thinking about that, to integrate ESG considerations in their corporate policies, because at the end of the day, tomorrow they will not get the finances because the financial institutions will finance only the projects which have low to zero impact to the climate.
And
it's not only a negative, I mean, it's not only about not getting finance, it's also getting a cheaper finance.
Cheaper finance,
This is very important, because when these companies have the systems in place, science-based targets, whatever that is, I mean, it's science-based targets are not even easy for companies in Sweden or in Switzerland, so don't be afraid of that. So it's a process. But I think what's relevant to say is that you get capital cheaper, and you get long-term capital that can allow you to grow much, much better than the otherwise capital that you will get in that context, yeah.
And that's how we come to Vincent again, asking you how EBRD will support both public and private sector in a green economy, making us more green than we are actually.
Well, as I mentioned to Laurent before you actually joined, we have, of course, a wide range of sectors and programs in place. So I'll probably just mention a couple of examples, and people that know more of our engagement, if they feel I missed something, that's probably just for the sake of brevity. But to answer your question, in the private sector, I think we're putting in place, what we want to try and do is to identify in the Western Balkans companies that, despite all the challenges, are ready to put in place long-term decarbonization corporate strategies, coupled with an improvement in their climate corporate governance. And we have a number of programs kindly co-funded by the Green Climate Fund and other donors to actually, in exchange, be able to provide an interest rate reduction if these companies meet certain KPIs. So it's in a way, it's a sustainability-linked loan, which is one of the instruments that is obviously emerging. So we want to support the private sector in taking those steps in the Western Balkans. In terms of SMEs, we have a long-running program through partner banks to provide finance and green loans to SMEs, because of course for us, it's difficult to fund them directly. And this also comes with a big technical assistance package and what we call a green selector, which is in essence an online platform that allows sub-borrowers to access an overview of green technologies that are automatically eligible for this type of finance. I think another area that we want to focus on in the public sector is certainly buildings. As you know, buildings consume about 40% of the energy. In the Western Balkans, there's an estimated investment needs of over 100 billion up until 2050. And investments in these type of projects also has a very strong connection with SMEs, because about 75% of these investments that are made actually directly benefit SMEs. So in that sense, we feel that investing in buildings, also on the back of the renovation wave and the commitments that the Western Balkans is taking upon itself to improve energy efficiency, this is an area that we want to support going forward, including through our renewable energy efficiency program, which is a long-running program we've been implementing with the EU, KfW, and the Energy Community Secretariat. Now, I think maybe another area that we're working on in the public sector is our Green Cities program. In fact, Novi Sad, where you are all sitting, is a participating city in this program. This is a 3 billion EBRD program to support cities in developing long-term environmental investment strategies, and also on their so-called GCAPs, and also to provide finance. So in the case of Novi Sad, we provided funding for some CNG buses, and we're looking for follow-up investments. And then maybe finally, climate resilience, it was already mentioned. I think this is also certainly an area we want to work on. We've provided funding for irrigation investments in Serbia, but that's also one area we want to do more of. So that's maybe just to give you a sense.
Thank you, Vincent. And Mr. Marchegiani, apart from this education factor and playing between past and future, how insurance company deal with this new economic paradigm, green economy, with your clients, with citizens, with business?
It's very interesting point. So basically, we promote this as a corporate social responsibility. I am sincere in this, not yet able to push it to our pricing system. For example, in Serbia, but also in Italy, we are not applying a lower price to a car which has lower emissions than to a car, because we think in risk-based terms. In Italy, we did something on electric mobility. By principle, because in fact, there is no difference in the risk of making an accident statistically between an electric car and a normal car. We applied a lower price to the electric car just by principle, because we want to show that this is a merit good. We are working in the direction of pushing for example, renewing buildings. We are now looking at the recent measures of the government of Serbia about solar energy, solar panels as a way to promote green economy. We are, for example, we made an investment with our money, part of our, let's say, asset allocation in a company working in the wind energy here in Serbia, which was recently listed on the stock exchange of Serbia. Is one of the very recent listings. So we try to do, I would say, a number of measures which are not yet, but because we serve a wide public. So we, for example, I talk all the time when I speak with the government, I say why Serbia should be the car cemetery of Europe. When a car is dismissed by Norway, Germany, Italy, and then come to Serbia and say we are full of Euro 3 cars. Yeah. This is, that the difference between pollution, without going to electric, the difference in pollution between a Euro 3 and a Euro 6 is like 85% minus. So before even, why are we doing that? And they explained to me that there is a social problem, that you cannot increase, you have to allow mobility, you would cut. Okay, and we are playing on this country, so this is our market. So we struggle to let's say this would completely kill our business. So we are, unfortunately, in this sense, we are very interconnected with our system. That's why I speak about education, because many of those things you remove very gradually. By the way, I am lucky. I mean, I was part of a company which was mentioned before, Oliver Wyman. I was long time working in between Italy, Germany, US, and now I'm here. Guys, we have basic issues here. Go on the Dream. When you enter Serbia from the Dream, there is a lake of plastic bottles. When I bike around Fruška Gora in the weekend, there is a flood of trash. So we have here to start from the very beginning. Under this respect, we have to catch up, and we have to be very realistic, because this country comes, Serbia is catching up what Europe did in 70 years, in 20 years. We have to be, I don't say tolerant, but we have to understand. And as I'm 7 years here,
exactly, yeah.
we have to be, I mean, today, the two colleagues on the video, they spoke, I follow it perfectly. It's very sophisticated. Here we need to cope with the basics. The basics start with education, by the way, because the young people are a strong driver today. I have 3 kids. I see my kids choose the employer according to the green orientation. That's great.
Exactly, my daughter too.
That's
and she
huge.
taught me how to deal with it. I didn't care about
we
it.
need to start from there. So we are in Serbia, and we need to be citizens of the places we are. So when you asked me what we do, I gave you very candidly a scattered picture. So I don't say that we are the perfect company. No, we are not able to do it yet. We are not able. Because we live in this world. We are ready, we promote, we support, we try to understand what, for example, what is the way to do it, something we do much more in Italy because we have a more sophisticated market, but I say here, we are part of the system. So I say humbly, we progress as long as the system progresses. I cannot event. And in this respect, guys, all together, we must start from the basics, teach it in the school, apply to use a glass bottle instead of plastic bottle, or recycle the plastic bottles, because you know, sorry? Or refill the plastic bottle, so to use the bicycle instead of using the car, even not the electrical bicycle, because you know the legs are very good, provided you don't eat cow meat, which pollutes more than. No, I'm joking, but you know it's a long run where we are, and here in Serbia we have to cope with the local reality.
Thank you. And before Sasha summarizes this panel, yes, who would like to add something? Yes, please, Laurent.
Because what you said is absolutely great. In France, there is an association of students with 35,000 students joining the association called For an Ecological Awakening. And exactly that, they do the best schools, and when they are out of the school, they go and say, L'Oréal, I want to work with you because you're good, or Total Energy, I don't want to work with you because you're not good. And I can tell you that the human resource director of all those companies, they are like this now, because they need to appeal and they need to be attractive for those people to work in their company. So it's a fundamental point, education, yes.
Yes. Thank you. Vincent, would you like to add something at the end?
I have kids, but they're a bit too small to decide on what they want to do, but I can perfectly relate to what colleagues are saying. I mean, I lived in Russia for many, many years, so I think I can also reflect that indeed maybe some of the points we make sound very sophisticated, and I fully agree that we need to start with the basis. But in the meantime, I guess my point is we are here as EBRD to support the front runners, right? Because that's what we do as an MDB. And we are here to support governments to put in place, as I say, the right policies. So that's what we're here also to do.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Gorane?
Well, it's very important. The most important thing is starting from the grassroots. It's not only the educating in a school system. I believe that the companies in Western Balkans lack a lot of awareness of what's going on. It's happening very fast. Many of them will miss the opportunity. I'm not sure that I usually joke, we patented Balkan business as usual. Whenever you speak with the companies, things are happening fast. They said, we have another 5 years when everybody else is completed. So,
Sasha, so as my left hand and host and co-chair, what would you like to add at the end or summarize this panel?
No, I think most of the important things have been said. Thank you for being very honest. That's very important. And, it takes a village to raise a child. So that's what they say in Africa, yeah? And that means that, it's quite obvious what needs to happen here. I mean, the mental consciousness of these countries has moved from very oppressed, quasi-social system into cowboy capitalism, and now we are trying to sort of send a message that we need to start building the house from the basics. So the basics is very important, and it goes for education, it goes the way how the businesses are run, how corporate people are educated, what kind of mindset they have, what's the purpose of what they do. So I think it's also a mental journey. It's not only the corporate journey.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us here at this panel. Thank you very much for being here still, and we will continue with
Merci.
our third panel as soon as possible. Thank you once again.
Thank you.
Za koliko nastavljamo?
So we are continuing our program after the two very exciting panels. In the first one, we mapped all the risks and opportunities in the region related to new economic paradigm. In the second one, we discussed about how to green financial system and how this financial system will support the corporate sector in driving transformation. And now we are in the third and the final panel as a culmination of our today's dialogue, new corporate purpose between profit and planetary boundaries. So we already mentioned many things that companies are aligning with this new paradigm, and but still in this region there is a lack of awareness and understanding how it is to find the purpose between the profit and the planetary boundaries. So, Sasha, could you lead us into the topic, why is business as usual not a viable option for Western Balkan companies, and what are the implications of delayed action?
Goodness, that's a very complex question, Goran, to start with. And it's our third panel, so I have to put my mind into work. But let me start with this. So if you look at the socioeconomic development over the last 15, 20, 30 years, you can come up with a conclusion that 300 people today, you can stuff them in 2 buses, own more capital than 3.5 billion people on this planet. So you have income inequality, socioeconomic differences, you have the consequences of economic system that has been short-sighted in terms of, both income, socioeconomic challenges, but then you have a climate change consequences in different parts of the world. You have a growth of population, 10 billion people very soon. You have demographic issues. I mean, 1/3 of everybody living in Western Europe in 2035 will be over 65 years old. That's a big challenge. So many of these things, in the context of how the world looks like, are challenging from both transition point of view for financial industry, but also for other industries as well. And what you can see now is that we are on 3.5 degrees trajectory in terms of the climate change. I did a study a year ago in Switzerland on 6,000 stocks globally. We looked we developed a model to look at them and look at the business models versus the ability to reach these targets. And the model goes from year 2000 to 2100. Out of the 6,000 stocks globally that we looked at, 172 companies are on 1.5 degrees business trajectory. And I'm not talking about the emissions, I'm talking about the capability of the business to actually transform itself, including the costs and other things.
What would you think in regional terms? What will be the key drivers? Because we know in global terms the changing regulatory changes that are forcing the big companies to start aligning. Many of them are on a good path on that. What will be the key driving forces for the region? In your experience with the companies, with the economies?
I mean, you can see that in some countries. I mean, now I go far east. I mean, Vietnam and some other countries, Asian countries that I've invested in companies and over the years. I mean, the rule of law is very important. The level playing field mentioned earlier on the earlier panel discussion. Also predictability from sort of, I would say, political stability point of view for the companies. But also, I think in many ways, the consciousness of region about the issues they are facing. I'm not even sure in many of these instances when we talk about that people in this region are actually aware of all of these things coming at them. But they can't see them, they can't touch them, because it's usually a physical drought or flooding or something like that. But these things are trickling down into their lives without them even noticing that. And that's why the companies have a great opportunity to address this business-wise, but also great risk to manage if they don't do it.
Yeah, thank you. Mr. Eichlinger, as a president of the managing board of the German-Serbian Chamber of Commerce, could you tell us how this climate emergency addressed on the level of the chamber?
Yeah, thank you for having me here, first of all. I can follow exactly your approach that, let's say, sustainability as such is on one hand an obligation, yeah? And we all want that our our offsprings have a nicer environment in the future, so it's a huge obligation. On the other hand, it's a chance and a business for corporates, but it's also changing the way how corporates have to conduct their businesses. So in a way, it has a certain 365-degree approach necessary here, right? So, and we cannot wait for the legislation that somebody wakes up in the morning and after the creative shower to have a smart moment and thinks, man, we have to change something in this country. And I don't want to discredit that this happened here in this country. I think that the government of Serbia is well aware about certain necessities in energy generation and everything, and there's huge pressure. And even in the country where I'm coming from Germany, there is a huge discussion about why we still in 18 years in coal and all this stuff. While so I think that whole ecosystem needs to be sorted, and everybody has to have a certain development on its own. What we did as a chamber, or what we are doing as a chamber, you all know the German chamber has certain working groups in sustainability already a couple of years. Is that enough? No, it's not. Are we active there? Yes, we are, but to materialize and to bring really the numbers out there is, from my point of view, way not enough than we could. So we established, at the end of the day, a kind of think tank. We are cooperating with the foundations, with the political foundations from Germany, in a very close manner, in order to be an interface for not only for the German investors or the members we have, but also for the government, in order to have a kind of, I would say it's not an advisory body or something like that. It's more a kind of to have practical cooking recipes, how to start a sustainability journey for an enterprise which is not a corporate. I know we all more or less corporates here, so we have a ESG board, we have a large history of doing business in a more sustainable way, but there is companies out there, they are doing the first steps. So what is the cooking recipe for them? And here we are, I think, a good partner to bring those things into motion, at least, yeah. Because one day, and maybe I don't. Maybe there's a second question as well. I know that, yeah. But there is we as a corporate, as Siemens, for example, we are pushing 365-degree our suppliers end to end and their suppliers to commit to certain targets. So, and that's I think absolutely crucial and necessary to move something forward before the political legislation is in place even. Yeah? That costs money, but can be, on the other side also, it can be really a significant business for players and companies within this business, right? But advisory, etc.
To map the reality here in Serbia, because we are talking on the previous panels, we said most of the companies are not truly aware of what's going on. In your opinion, German companies that are present in the region, are they aligned with the region, or they are following practically the guidance from their headquarters, which should be on a pretty long way in embedding sustainability?
As I said,
it doesn't matter only German companies.
Yeah.
It is interesting to make a comparison between the local companies, national companies in the region, and how it fits with the foreign investors. Yeah. Practices.
As I said, I think all foreign investors coming with huge organizations to Serbia, and there's a long pipe of coming nearshoring projects we are working on. They have a standardization, they have principles, they have a kind of ethical principles in place. They have the funding for those things. It's within their DNA already. But let's not talk about, and they are maybe even the biggest polluters and the biggest, so they take already their responsibility really pretty serious, I would say. And let's say Siemens is there, and others are doing already good business, and we are even not allowed to do dirty business anymore. Dirty business in means of not, it's not the meaning of bribery. Dirty business is the meaning of coal business and all these things, what really makes the environment possibly more polluting and more. So there is, the ESG board is really, that is no, I can tell you, if you go with a project into the ESG board and you have to present it, it's not fun. It's really not fun. Is it good? Yes, it's good. It's definitely good. Is it good for my business? I'm not so sure. But at the end, there we need to have a mindset change that such a businesses are not really the future, right? So we have to turn a bit into another, into other value streams, into other products and services. Are companies prepared, and now I'm talking not about the investors with big pockets and big fundings and ESG boards, are they prepared? I would say no. And there is definitely the support of chambers necessary, of organizations, and of course also the involvement of these companies within such a process is very important. You have to pick them up where they stand. You cannot just say, look, you have now to fulfill a zero carbon footprint in 5 years. How you do that, I don't care. You need to have a supporting element in place. And there, I think, we need all to do more, right? We do a lot. We have really we are training energy scouts or sustainability scouts within the chamber for the next 3 years. So that means I think hundreds of young people can come to the chamber. They get an education over 2 or 3 years, and then they really can certainly identify the levers of making their own organization or other organization more sustainable. Is that enough? No, it's still not enough. I think we have no time, and we need really to speed up the process.
Yeah, it's systemic risk, and it's big. There are a lot of different components in it that needs to be addressed. Mr. Stokic is the president of the managing board, newly elected president of the managing board of the French-Serbian Chamber of Commerce. So how this issue, this ESG issue, sustainability, resonates with the French companies in Western Balkans?
Thank you. Thank you for the invitation and opportunity. And I appreciated your previous question, and I will combine my answer. What is the difference in perception about sustainability question about our international members and local members? Because the French Chamber of Commerce does have majority of French companies with local subsidiaries, but also other international companies, but also a lot of local companies, really. And we do tend, like our colleagues from the German Chamber, to raise the awareness, and that's why we also have CSR Club, and we gather and take some initiatives. But I think there is a lot of things to be done and awareness raised. And frankly speaking, if I compare subsidiaries of international companies present in Serbia, for instance, Atos Serbia, I'm standing here for them also, and compare, how to say, them versus our headquarters in France and some of our local competitors here, I would say we are closer to the market. We are closer to our local competitors here in the market than to our, I don't know, French headquarters, because we are following the same market. Our customers are on the same market. Yeah. And we have to fight for the same customer. But on the other hand, this is our, how to say, this is our mission as a chamber to raise this awareness, starting from our members, of course, international companies first, but also our local colleagues. Start with, first of all, management teams of our companies, and then raise this awareness to our employees. Because if you calculate number of employees which our companies are employing, I know it is much less than the German colleagues, but still we are proud, I think, maybe together with other international companies who are part of our chamber, we are talking maybe about 20,000 employees. So this is our target group. We want to address them to raise the awareness, and then through them to help our society in Serbia to raise this awareness, because I think it all starts there. Because even not only the government, if it would be really perfect and focusing on sustainability, could not solve this. So we all have to do our job, and that's why I really appreciate this conference. I think this is really a step in the right direction.
Yeah, thank you for accepting the invitation. One of the key messages of the conference is actually to have that hub, that platform that will practically be the place where all these different bottlenecks will be addressed, because everything that is going on is more like individual or fragmented initiatives, both that are coming from the companies and these international financing institutions that are present. You know, they always said good things about the work that they do. But when you look it aside, you will see that they're working with a certain type of the stakeholders. But 95% of those who needs to be adjusted to the process, they are not involved. Mr. Richard Betts is our Director in Sustainability. He is also on his new post, Associate Partner to Ernst Young in Great Britain. Good day to you, sir. What are, in your opinion, the limitations of corporate sector to spearhead transformation between the profit and planetary boundaries? From your experience, can you share some examples on that?
Many thanks, Goran. Firstly, can you hear me okay?
Yeah, we hear you well.
Yeah, great. I had one or two technical issues earlier, so great. Great to be here. Well, I think actually as a first comment, and it would sort of build on actually the previous comment from the previous speaker, and apologies, I didn't catch the name.
Yeah.
It's just a sort of how, you know, when we think about how to tackle the big sustainability issues, climate change, well, I think the first important point, as context, is we're talking about systemic issues here, and to deal with systemic issues, really there's a need for systemic solutions, and there's a role for all of the key system actors, all of the key stakeholders, all have a role to play here, and so clearly corporates are a very important stakeholder group. But in isolation, these issues are so big that no one group, be it in terms of corporates or government or any other stakeholder group, is able to tackle these big issues, completely by themselves, because we're talking about system issues here. So I think that's sort of one important point, building on the previous comment that corporates have a role to play, government has a role to play, investors have a role to play, citizens, et cetera, et cetera. There is a role for everybody here. These issues affect all of us. In terms of corporates, clearly, they are extremely important stakeholders, and there's already a huge amount that is happening. There's a lot of momentum in Europe, internationally, around sustainability, around climate change. And I think that there is now a clear direction of travel to more action, more ambition in terms of net zero, decarbonisation, other important sustainability issues. But then corporates will become more ambitious as they see increased demand from their customers, investors, other stakeholder groups. So yes, a lot of doing things. There's a lot of activity, increased ambition. But as customer demand, for example, increases for more green products, green services, then clearly corporates will respond to that. That's starting to happen. So yes, there's more customer demand, there's more investor demand, but that demand in turn will increase as awareness on these issues increases. And so, customers, for example, will demand more sustainable product solutions as they become more sort of aware of these issues. And so that links to how there's then an important role for other key stakeholder groups to play here in terms of, government, the media, schools and universities, for example, to help raise awareness and education on these issues. So I think that's another important point. And then there's a point around cost. We've seen in the last few years how the cost of a lot of clean tech solutions, for example, solar, wind technologies has plummeted in the last few years. But then, there are a lot of other important sustainable technologies that are at a much earlier sort of nascent phase. For example, in terms of carbon removal technologies that are important to decarbonisation for certain heavy industries, for example. So I think for those kind of promising solutions, there's then a need for there's a big role that government can play in helping to invest in those kind of solutions that are promising but not yet sort of commercially viable, to help bring the costs down. And then, as they become more established and as they become more commercially viable, then the corporates, will sort of invest more, and then sort of through innovation and competition, we'll see the costs coming down, the technologies improving. We've seen that kind of thing happening with sort of, wind, solar sort of technologies over the last few years. In the early years, European governments in countries like the UK, Denmark, invested a lot in these kind of technologies to help sort of, with their help make them commercially viable. And then we've seen how, the private sector has become increasingly dominant in this area. So I think that's another important point. Just one last one to make. I think we really need to align with the science, with sort of the environmental science, with climate science. Too often we've been sort of operating almost like, it's like in silos. Businesses, everyone's very busy. Businesses often sort of focus on what their competitors are doing, what their customers are demanding, but often there hasn't been that sort of clear connection to what the science, what climate science is telling us that we need to be doing. For a range of reasons, due to sort of lack of data, lack of expertise, awareness, understanding of these issues. That's starting to change. There are a lot of important initiatives sort of in the sustainability area that sort of have a grounding in environmental science, in climate science, such as in terms of the Science Based Targets Initiative, TCFD with its scenario analyses that are linked to sort of climate science. But clearly, this is very much in progress. And so when we think of trying to align with, and I've talked very much about climate change, but there are many other planetary boundaries. So clearly there's a really key sort of task to help sort of integrate the science so that corporates can understand better what it means for them.
Thank you, Richard. Those are valuable points. Now we go to Mr. Mida Hemmeling, who is coming from Germany. She's an expert in circular economy and green growth in infrastructure. She's also a board member of the German Association focused on research and education in the field of environment and climate protection. Good day, Ms. Hemmeling. EU is having an ambition to become the first climate neutral continent. How is this ambition truly reflected at this point on EU corporate sector? Maybe from the perspective, from German perspective.
Okay. Thank you for having me, for inviting me. Hello to everyone. I'm very happy to be here. Thank you so much. And I think there has been a lot of statements already, a lot of the EU regulations and policies have been mentioned in the sessions before, so I think what I have to say to this is that in Europe we now have a very good regulatory framework which also applies to the cooperation world. The Green Deal has been mentioned, the EU taxonomy related to it has been mentioned. I think for Serbia And for the Western Balkans, it is important to copy to that, to adopt this into national law, to align this with the financial sector. It is very important in my experience that the industry is cooperating with the public sector, but also with the financial sector, with the financial capital market. Why? Because fundings, you need fundings to invest in infrastructure. Let's take infrastructure as one example, because infrastructure is responsible for the majority emissions on our continent or in the world. And it is important to get the fundings, to get the right fundings in the right way. But as I said, that has been already mentioned. I agree what has been said. ETS market is a very good instrument in Europe. Also the green bonds are a very good instrument for Serbia, in my opinion. And but what is really important and a bit frustrating, and this is Western Balkan, what is my experience, is the criteria in tendering processes. As I said, let's take infrastructure as an example. Infrastructure is energy, infrastructure is circular economy, and transportation. So when it comes down to is it a business case to decide, you look into the tendering criteria, and if you see 10% technology or best available technology criteria in the tendering document and 90% price, then you say there is no chance that I can offer really best available technology. There is no case for such companies who are already investing in green technologies, in R&D, and so on and so forth. So what is needed is also to take a closer look into the tendering processes, to make things happen, to implement really green growth, green technologies. It won't happen if you put the criteria 90% price and 10% technology innovation. So the question is, do we have the right framework on the regulatory side? Yes, I would say for Europe and Germany we have this now. For the Western Balkan, I think they should take a closer look to the Green Deal, to the taxonomy, and especially to their tendering process, procurement process, in order to implement green growth, green technology.
Do you think that when you're saying, obviously the policy regulations are very important, do you think that the countries, actually the corporate sector, should be waiting for the governments, or should push that process through more synergetic efforts from the corporate side?
No, I think both things must happen at the same time, but not depending on each other or waiting for each other to do the first step. And this is something, has been very well said, not happening anymore in Germany or in Northern Europe. The companies there are progressive, are going forward, are taking actions to do so, but it is difficult for them to do it unless the public sector, the government, is not supporting it. As I said, public procurement it's a very big portion in infrastructure. So the corporates should take actions, should show that they want to change something. And again, tendering processes applies to corporations as well as to public. If, let's take an example, if bigger companies, or at least the biggest companies in Serbia, put in their tendering documents criteria of BAT for their suppliers, they will not only choose the best available green technology in the market, but also create an incentive for their suppliers to invest in green technology and in green processes, and so on and so forth. So it's just a dynamic you create within the corporations, and I think the bigger one are responsible. They do know that already they are responsible to take these steps to state the standards or to set the standards, and to be kind of stimulating the whole chain.
Thank you.
That might also be a practice for the Serbian and Western Balkans, because I have an experience right now in Croatia when exactly this tendering example, 10% price, 10% technology, 90% price.
Yeah. Well, the enabling environment is always important. Sasha, for the companies that didn't have prior experience with what we are talking today, and they said we want to integrate these considerations, could you give them a few steps, guidance, how to start the process?
Yes, of course, and I think Armida is addressing one of the, I think, key issues in this context, and that's the incentive models to make a real changes. But also, I think, from a perspective, from a company, corporate perspective, the feeling that they can get the premium for what they do, that they actually get something for it, and this is something that has been ongoing for many years, and I have experiences from Nordic countries where this has been, I mean, procurement of public food for schools or a healthcare system or whatever, where the price goes before anything else, and that's something that we are still struggling with. So it's not an only issue here; it's an issue in many other countries. I think that some of the first steps is to understand the context of what is my business impacting and what I am impacted by. That's the first thing to understand in a sort of an ESG context. And then I think the first step is also would be that, as was mentioned before, that you create some kind of internal body that has overall accountability for it. Not only responsibility, but they are actually accountable for it. Setting targets, it's easy, but you need to understand the impact that your business is creating. So looking at the way how your products are constructed, how energy efficient they are or not, where they are sold, how they are sold, what's the environmental footprint of them, looking at the way how you manage your workforce, everything from, gender balance, pay balance, all of these things, and then stepping outside and looking in the way how you select, purchase your supply, from your suppliers, in what context. So I would start from the scoping the business, from where it operates, what impacts the business in terms of is it, what kind of regulation, what kind of direct climate physical risks, any transitional risks that we're going to be hit by. Because right now I can sit here and think, well, my business is not exposed to physical risk because I'm running it in a certain region or certain area that will not be affected. But transitional risk of my clients, because they get hit, can hit me. People need to understand sort of connections, how these connections look like. And then, of course, on the top of that, these are sort of some kind of basic steps. Start developing targets, KPIs, key performance indicators, as you have on a financial economic side, and setting them in a context that are business related. Look, there is no point for a company to have a human rights policy and have a KPI on that if that is not actually linked to how they run their business. So it needs to be realistic and start small. Always good to start small, not start big. And then take it, one by one, and get. What my experience is that I used to do this. I give you an example. So I used to visit. I on average I had 160 traveling days last 10 years. So last 2 years has been vacation for me. It was so nice because I didn't have to travel. But I usually go and visit companies all around the world. I've been in a mines in DRC. I've been in the workshops in Thailand and Vietnam. I visited basically continents 2 times over. I've seen everything. And when I meet big corporates, they meet me in the reception. I meet the CEOs, CFOs, investor relations, all of that. And then after that, I asked them if I can just talk to just a normal employee. And I asked this person about their sustainability strategy. You will be thrilled by what kind of answers I get. So it has to start with internal sort of a process. How do you get your workforce with you? Most of the people that work for companies, they want to do good things. They want to contribute. They want to do something which has a purpose. So that needs to be used as well. So these are some of the steps, that are outlined. Scope it, focus on establishing the governance model that supports the company, but look around your business. Don't look so much, on philanthropic things. Just look how your business can actually be improved by this.
I read some of your observations from your travels around the world when companies that you are financing or you are assessing for finance is stating that they are in line with these ESG considerations, and when you look around the backyard of the company to see the processes, there are things that when you not going through the regular steps, look aside, you see they're not comfortable with what the company is saying.
I tell you a small secret. So the world is, now we are transforming to electrical vehicles, batteries. For that we need cobalt. Cobalt is extracted in DRC, 77% is there. I visited DRC 6 times. I visited companies, miners, children working there, organizations. They told me for 6 years, I was the first and the only investor they ever met. So I was the first and only investor that they ever met on the ground in DRC. And that means, that gives you something. The same goes for cocoa production in Western Africa. The 2 biggest companies I engaged last week, and I asked both of the CEOs, I had a meeting with the CEOs, how often do you host investors on the ground in Western Africa? He said, you are the first person that ever asked me to go there. So this gives you a bit of a context of where this is. So you can't make investment decisions about sustainability from your desk. You need to actually go out in the field and talk to companies. The idea we have is not, I don't want to nail companies. I want to understand so we can improve what they do. That's the entire idea.
Valuable points, Mr. Eichinger. According to one of the most prestigious sustainability magazines, Siemens is one of the most sustainable companies in the world. Could you share some of the most important aspects of your corporate sustainability strategy, and to what extent it's been implemented here in Serbia?
First, I think, yes, we are doing that a long time. I think this company is pretty old, and but was also certainly one of the most congesting companies on the planet as well. So we recognize that pretty early. And I personally, I was that was 15 years ago. I established an energy efficiency program for our own 3,500 buildings on the planet. So that was like looking at things what we consume, looking at things what we throw away, all these kind of things into one basket. Supply and demand side view really in depth and so on. And then we identified from these 3,500 facilities, we identified, let's say, 20% where we really can do something significantly, and then we addressed that, mainly buildings, factories, and all this stuff, so where you really have a lot of energy consumption, where you can really go into deep process and stuff. So, and then we invested, I think, 165 million euro just into these facilities and made them so-called greener a bit. You know, we save a lot of energy. That was the main topic. Energy was a driver for a lot of factories, of course, you know, because the energy prices in Europe are extremely high. So that is a lever. So, and that combined with the coal supply was just a disaster, or is just a disaster. Not all facilities are clean. But I can tell you that since we established and finished this first wave of energy efficiency program, we reduced, I think, close to 80% of our CO2 impact already, right? So until 2030, we have the target, and you know, the most difficult time comes when you really have to squeeze out the last percentages. The last 20% are related to higher costs than the 80%. And so what we actually do, we look really at everything in a 365-degree value. So till 2030, carbon neutral. The entire operations is end-to-end carbon neutral. That means not our own factories, our own offices, our own car fleet and everything. We really look into our suppliers and tell them clearly, if you want to become or be a supplier in the future, you have to. That might be an inconvenient process because you will lose down the road, you will lose some of them, or you will even pay more even for the products related to what you procure. That has, again, a top-line issue on the market side, of course. So, but if you really understand that as a DNA, as a basic principle of the corporate responsibility, then you even say, okay, this 100 million I'm not taking anymore because it's just considered not clean business. So that's painful for sales, that's painful for bonuses, that's painful for, so, but there I'm completely with you, you know, the procurement of public, not only public, but also corporate business must be incentivized the greener initiatives. Yeah. So how you prove that? KPIs in place. So that's all the kind of dependencies where we do really a lot of things. From my point of view, not fast and not enough. But the thing is, it's a good initiative. And if I'm seeing already 80% we reduced, that sounds really cool. But it's not, right? That meant just we polluted a lot, yeah. So or too much. And but I think it can be replicated. It can be replicated in some means, and I see that for investors as a positive thing where we can really support each other. On the other hand, we have to work with governments in order to bring down coal consumption, to bring renewables up, to finance that, of course, with the financial institutions, to bring proper financial means into place. And of course, the advisory is extremely important, and there I really appreciate your work in markets like Africa. Those guys, they want to do business. They don't want to think about the CO2 or something like that. They would like to produce something first before they can save some CO2. And that is really a journey of complexity of never seen extent, right? So absolutely with you. Parallel and massive force into it. Otherwise, that will not work.
So when you say up until 2030 you will be carbon neutral, so you have risk assessment in place when throughout your value chain you will going to lose, as you mentioned, some of the suppliers?
We are tracking and tracing each of our processes. So otherwise it will not. So for example, if I'm coming with a project of Serbia, Kuluvara, I have to take warm clothes if I want to pass with the coal project. So if I'm not saving significantly CO2 or coal monoxide and stuff like that, I just should not even start this exercise, you know, because I get just washed, and that's in a way, first time you think, oof, I add a lot of dust, but on the other hand, it's really a good thing if you think about it. If you can replace that business with some other businesses, then okay. But otherwise, it makes really it increases your blood pressure and pulse. Yeah.
So this is one of the most valuable points. There were other important points, but in terms of a local context, the companies that are working in Serbia with Siemens or any other big company should understand the transformation path that they need to go into. Otherwise, they will have to switch their business perspectives.
But absolutely. I mean, if you look at mining projects, it's not only Siemens, it's Schneider, it's ABB, and all the players in this market doing pretty good things right now. But still, they try to do business, try to get a financing for a coal project. And it's pretty cool that no bank is financing it anymore. Right, in a way. So there is no. So either the company has own financial funds for that, and then goes for it.
The business perspective.
But to get a project like that financed by an IFI, it's simply impossible anymore. And there you see that these market levers are working. In a sudden, my guys from the mining fractions are doing something else, more related to services and everything. They have to earn their money. So it's in a way a win-win situation, yeah. But it's partly a painful process, yes.
Yeah,
and
sure.
That's
all the big things are partially painful. Mr. Stokic, do you believe that digitalization could be a key enabler in net zero transformation?
Sure. This is one of the key enablers. And somehow we are lucky. This is also the current status during COVID or after COVID, that all these digital transformation processes has significantly accelerated. So they will somehow, as a side effect, contribute to this carbon neutrality. But let me come just one step before, and discussion of Sasha inspired me, and I intentionally typed something into my mobile. Atos is considering himself as a leader in really sustainability, and our logo globally is that we are leader in secured and decarbonized digital. So really, but what is it in it that for our employees? How our employees are perceiving this statement? So whether they recognize themselves. For instance, in a matter of 1 week, we have this annually a kind of well-being at work week, so employee engagement week, and we have been asked to download and install one small app called Atos Green. And I did that, and during the process of enrollment, I have been asked several questions about my work and life habits. For instance, how long I commute, how many times per day, how often I go by plane, how many devices I use, how long, etc., etc., how many emails I send by day, what are the most frequently visited sites. And you get immediately, the engine behind gives your personal CO2 footprint. For your information, my personal CO2 footprint is 1.43 tons of CO2 for 2021. This is forecast estimation. And then, of course, this is engagement topic. We are asked to decrease it. We are competing with each other. But as a side effect in this small app, there are a lot of, how to say, trainings, information about Atos portfolio, about the decarbonization. So I think this is a great example and could be idea for companies, I mean, how to raise this awareness, which I have been talking about. And I will come to the point of digitalization exactly with this example. I have named 4 sites, most frequently visited sites, which I really do. First one is normally Atos internal site where business application is. I really do that all the time. And second site is Google search. This is also normal. And third and fourth site, there were local media. I don't want to name them, local media, which I regularly check. And the engine behind is assessing their efficiency, energy and CO2 efficiency. And of course, the first estimation was on Atos site. It got the mark A. So this is good mark.
Well optimized.
So okay, it's well optimized. This is normal. I consider this is normal. The first media site got mark B, local. Okay, this is also normal. The second one was not being able to be rated somehow. But it was interesting. Google got rate A+. A+. So higher than Atos. And the data center outsourcing is our core business. And then you think about, but it makes sense. And these are these 3 hyperscalers called, which are owning huge public cloud resources. And their data centers are built for efficiency. You know, Atos cannot compare with them. And that is, for instance, the reason Atos decided to divest in this data center outsourcing business, and we are only partnering with 3 hyperscalers and offering that to our customers. We're keen to do that. And the other side, why this is more efficient, why digitalization can help sustainability, exactly this cloud business model, the business model itself. So if you would have your own data center and your average consumption is 100, I don't know, CPU units, but 2 times per year you need 300. You know, you have to have data center with resources for 300 CPU units. You know, and of course the costs, consumption, energy, etc. And if you go to cloud, then it is on demand. Really, you usually use maybe 50, etc., etc. When 2 times per year you apply and buy 300, and this is efficiency. Really, this is efficiency, and this is really happening. This is happening all over the Europe. It is slowly coming to our territory. I must say, mostly not due to environmental, awareness, but the idea of companies to really improve their efficiency, to be more resilient to the, how to say, elementary catastrophes like COVID or similar, to improve their business continuity plans, etc., but definitely environmental stability is a side effect. And in addition, last point from my side regarding Atos, how Atos can help its customers. Besides this, how to say, normal digital technology, Atos with really vast experience in how to say, reducing its own footprint. So my colleague from Siemens recognized that we, as Atos Serbia, we have been part of Siemens till 2011, and then we merged to Atos, and we like the fact that we moved to true IT company, which Atos is. But for instance, one hindering factor is that Atos had this limit of 120 CO2 grams per kilometer for a company car. So you cannot buy powerful, expensive company car. So you have to stick to this limit. So this is really one true how to say, argument. And Atos has ambition by 2024 to use only electrical company cars. And by 2028, this is Atos' ambition, by 2028 to become net zero neutral, net zero, not carbon neutral, but net zero. And the idea was and is to help to use this experience, which we have been applying to ourselves, to our customers. And that's why really recently in June, Atos has launched globally our own decarbonization portfolio called From A to Zero. So like A to Z, from A to Zero. Yeah. That means to really support our customers from the beginning, defining the strategy, these so-called scientific-based targets, to define concrete actions, and finally even to find these natural-based offsetting projects which you need to follow the whole curve. And this is something that we hope in some years we will be able to offer to our customers here in West Balkans.
So you actually answered to the question that I wanted to ask you about the decarbonization experience that Atos is providing in West Balkans. So on the company level, on the headquarters level, you are introducing the decarbonization services, and in some time the companies in Serbia or West Balkans could use your support.
I mean, they are implementing cloud, definitely, but they are far away from, for instance, hiring Atos to do this decarbonization full study, etc., etc. So, for instance, the nearest hub of Atos is in Germany, in Munich, of this global center of excellence, and I have not heard of any example in near region that we have a client. But this is a start of the journey, and that's why, as I previously said, we need to raise the awareness, and it should come bottom up, and this should be pushed to governments, and this should be our support through our employees, their families, and whole society, to our governments to pay additional attention to that.
Thank you. Mr. Betts, you've been working in Serbia, or you have experience, consulting experience in West Balkans. What are the driving forces, in your opinion, that could grow the momentum for low carbon future in West Balkans? We mentioned some things about that, but from your experience and from the perspective of a company like Ernst Young, when you are now.
Yeah. Well, I've been very close. I haven't actually been to Serbia. I've done a lot of work in Croatia.
Yeah.
Many other Balkan countries. I mean, well, maybe to start with one sort of bit of context. I think when we come to considering sort of climate change and the big sustainability issues, I think for a long time and until quite recently, often these issues seemed very sort of, say, intangible, like futuristic, as if they were problems that would have to be sort of confronted at a point, in the future. But there wasn't sort of the sort of a clear manifestation as to what it meant for people and companies now. But I think, the last couple of years in particular, we've seen unprecedented extreme events from Australia to California to Canada, Germany with the flooding, forest fires in Greece, Turkey, many other parts of the world. We've seen these sort of unprecedented extreme events happening, making it clear that the climate crisis and the nature crisis has started and it is intensifying. It's clear that although there's a lot of momentum with lots of decarbonisation plans, net zero commitments, these are all good steps in the right direction, but it's also clear that at the moment we're continuing to add to the problem. We're continuing still to emit greenhouse gases, even if we're reducing those emissions. So right now, for the foreseeable future, we'll be adding to the problem that's already very clearly accelerating, intensifying all around us. Even if we were by magic able to immediately cease all fossil fuel emissions, all greenhouse gas emissions with immediate effect, still the coming years would be hotter than the previous years because we've already locked in additional warming into the planetary systems. It will take decades, centuries for the planetary systems to return to equilibrium, and hence the coming years then there will be increased risk of more frequent and more extreme events than the unprecedented events that we've seen in the last few years. So I think with that context, it's climate change, sustainability, these issues are not going away. They're accelerating, they're intensifying, and these are the biggest issues then facing every business, facing all of us, and that's not going to change. And I think sometimes that sort of realization hasn't really registered of what that means for many people. Often people have thought companies have thought, we're not in an energy intensive business, so climate change, not really relevant for us, biodiversity, not really relevant for us. What can we do about it? We don't have many emissions, et cetera, et cetera. And well, to use a recent example with COVID, essentially with a nature risk, we've all seen, irrespective of the sector we operate in or our location, we've all very clearly seen how these sort of systemic issues, can result in planetary level economic health risks and implications for us all. So, these are the top issues facing all of us, and they're only going to intensify. So that's sort of, the scientific context, isn't it? And then we see, huge momentum building up sort of internationally, for example, in terms of a flurry of recent net zero commitments over the last couple of years. Many large economies, also corporates, have either made or made more ambitious decarbonisation commitments. For example, the EU, the UK, the US, China, Japan, South Korea, many other economies, and many of the largest corporates, and many of the governmental ones are now enshrined into legislation. So in terms of the Western Balkans then, obviously the countries of the Western Balkans are neighbours to EU countries where there's all this momentum around sustainability, around decarbonisation and climate, which is only going to increase. So, clear direction of travel then. These countries are very important trading partners for the companies of the Western Balkans. So for companies in the Western Balkans to trade and continue to trade at an international level, a focus on climate change, sustainability is going to become increasingly essential. And then I think I'm not sure it's all, but certainly most of the countries of the Western Balkans are EU candidate countries. accession negotiations have started. So clearly there's a lot of focus on climate sustainability in the EU. A lot of drivers for this. This is creating sort of huge risks and opportunities then for the economies and companies of the Western Balkans. And then, I also touched previously on how we've seen the costs coming down for some of the clean tech solutions in terms of solar, wind. That we can expect to increase yet further. We think of where these technologies are in terms of the so-called sort of learning curve. It's clear that the prices will continue to drop, and hence they will become more sort of financially competitive, even in places where they're not currently so. So I think that's another important driver then. And then we see all of the investor focus and initiatives. So I think the building up then of these expectations from governments, from investors, from other stakeholders, creates huge opportunities, expectations, and risks for companies in the Western Balkans. And obviously, beyond all that, we have to remember we all live on the same planet. We've touched on the previous discussion around needing to operate within the planetary boundaries. So clearly, we need to align with with what the science is telling us.
Thank you, Mr. Betts. To build on that, what Mr. Betts said, EU came up with the Green Deal. To what extent the Green Deal can help the Western Balkans economies to address this climate issue?
It's a good question. As Serbia is aiming to become an EU member in the next years, I hope that this will be in the next years the case. So you will be an EU member, and all the regulations, all the obligations will also apply to the corporations and to the economy as now in the other European member states. So to what extent, I think it is important, because I'm very pragmatic, so that's why I'm always coming down in business and industries. What is, I think, important for the Western Balkan corporations is to decide either they are going to be pioneers or to be followers. And I think this is a quite important decision to be made by the boards, by the CEOs. And this is a very delicate process for everyone, for every company. And I think cooperation, what you are doing here right now, is helping this, is helping everyone, every company. And it's important for this transition period. How long it would take, we will see, but it is for this transition period to become an EU member and to be competitive on the international market. It is very, very important to cope with this, to have this cooperation, to have cooperation between the industries, and this is important. Not only industry focused, let's say only energy is important, or only circular economy, waste management is important, or within their own scope, but to look, to broaden the view, to diversify the business models, to think about it at least, and to see, as I said, where is the growth area for each company, for each corporation, and to decide, are we going to be a leader, innovator, or are we going to be followers? And I think for Western Balkan corporations, it would be a must to become now innovative, not to wait until it is obligatory or mandatory for the businesses and for the institutions to apply to the Green Deal, to comply with the Green Deal, but to start now within this platform or within this cooperation.
Thank you. Mr. Eichinger, could you refer to some of the previous conversations, one last final note on what we've been discussing? Are companies here setting up this foundation to go in the right direction, in your opinion? And how do you think it will evolve?
First of all, I have to correct my figure from before, because it is not 80% what we have been saving in carbon emissions only 60-something%, and but the good news is we are having 75% of the facilities are completely on renewables at least. Sorry for that. Back to your question. I think it's a good point, and everything starts with initiatives on the very top. So either you understand what you're doing and what you have to do, and you need to pioneer things. So it's our role and our job to drive the organization into that direction, yeah, and to try to create the mindset within our teams and our organizations to look at things, also to look behind the factory and to see is there everything okay as we understand, or is there anything? So you need also to have a cultural change, a speak up culture for that matter. And I think as far as my let's say surrounding is concerned, I think I have some very good and very driven people in the sustainability arena, and we are driven also by our headquarters, so this DNA is existing. However, to bring that, to scale up that on national level, we are not yet there. But I see many companies coming inside who have a similar attitude, a similar approach, and it will take some time, which we not have. Yeah. But as I said, we are there. The chambers are there. We could play a vital advisory role here, and we take you from there where you are on your sustainability journey, and I can just not only ask members of the chambers to come, really to address us and ask us for support. We are gladly helping here, yeah, and supporting here as chambers. And I think I'm not speaking just for the German, but also for the French and all the other chambers existing. They have similar initiatives, and one is faster, one is maybe more advanced, but generally we have only one target, and pick one and go start this journey, right? So that's
just to give at the end some optimism, and to give clear example which everyone is aware of: the famous old unsanitary landfill in Vinča. You have all witnessed that it got burnt, the fire, due to methane gas, which is developing, and almost caused environmental disaster. And then in preparing for this meeting, I knew that one of our members, Suez, French utility companies, is leading the consortium to build new Vinča. And I asked him for some data. And first of all, this new modern sanitary landfill will have capacity of 170 kilotons per year to be piled up. But even more, the double capacity of the waste, that means 340 tons, will be burned. And in a power plant with a power of 100 megawatts, and the electricity will be delivered to EPS, and the heat will be delivered to Beogradske elektrane. But the pinnacle of the project, which I really liked, there will be a facility to collect this very same methane gas, which is naturally developing from the waste, and this will be burnt, and again electricity and heat generated 3 megawatts each, in order to power this leachate treatment plant. The leachate is this polluted water which is also generated. So this very same methane gas that almost caused disaster will be used to treat the water in order not to be directly poured to Danube. So I really think that, and what is the end result? The end result in terms of decarbonization is we are avoiding 250,000 tons of CO2 per year. And if you come to my calculator, 1.5 tons per person, this is roughly 10% of Belgrade population. This one project could offset roughly 10% of Belgrade population. And this is great, and this is what we really have all to speak up and to share this awareness that yes, we can make a difference even in Serbia.
Great. Ms. Hemel.
Because we are talking about awareness, the first thing is you are surely not burning waste, but treated waste energetically way. So it's very important to distinguish, because there is some misunderstanding.
Yes.
Burning waste is very close related to emissions, creating emissions. And the second is, it is very important, you can do this because Suez is committed to AT criteria, best
Yes.
available technology in the
Yes.
market. And this is the key. This is key. If you don't have these technologies, or if you don't commit yourself to use these technologies, but only, as I said, only committed on the cheapest price, then you will be burning waste, and this is not contributing to anyone. So this is
Yes, sorry
really
for
a very good decision made by Suez, and I'm looking forward to visit this plant.
Yes, yes, we will organize that for sure. My friend Philip Till will be more glad. He's head of Suez. And sorry for this, because I am a young president of the chamber. I still don't know all the details, but I will learn.
Your contribution was valuable. Richard, do you have any final words for the end of the panel? Do you hear me, Richard?
Yes, sorry, no, I was on mute. No, I think it was a really good discussion. I think we may have gone over time. I think just in concluding, so as we've been saying, the time really is now for us all to sort of, work together to increase action and ambition. These issues affect all of us. There are huge problems, but also huge opportunities. And to tackle them, we need collective action and to work together.
Yeah. Thank you, Richard. Sasha, could you link all the weaknesses that we have here in Western Balkans with the things that we identify that are important, like raising awareness, synergizing? How would you go forward from here?
No, I mean, I think I mentioned that before. We need more information, more awareness, more basic things, more cooperation between different sectors. But I think we also need more transparency to visualize where the problems are and be sort of honest in a way how complex they are to manage and put people at the table to start discussing them. I mean, numbers in my work are important. I work in the finance, so going back to the personal footprints of individuals living in Western Europe. I actually wrote a book about many of these things, but it's a 7.5 tons per year in person in Western Europe. It's about 14 for US, a bit less, much less in China. So, if we are going to go on this sustainable path, it needs to lie about 1.5 up to 2 tons per person a year. And given the economic model we have and all the embedded CO2 emissions we have in the systems that we operate, that's going to be a big challenge. And that needs to be done by 2030. So I would say, in a Western Balkan sort of / Serbian context, a lot of good things are happening. This is one opportunity to start this dialogue, which is great. And thank you for arranging this conference, bringing really interesting people to share their views. It's a really good start. I hope we can continue. Bring in awareness and the knowledge and create opportunities for business actually to grow.
Well, just that you remind me, one last question for you. How your book, which is also part of the gift that we shared to all the participants here, will help us actually get closer to the goal?
I hope so. It's almost written like a very simple manual. So you can go through both the background of ESG, how it works, how you can analyze companies and so on. So use it as much as you can.
Yeah. Well, thank you. So I encourage you all to use this novelty, the new manual that Sasha just finished and published. It's a gift from the organizer to help you think and orientate towards the new paradigm, new climate perspective. Thank you to all of the panelists. We are hoping that we'll extend this discussion with new opportunities. Thank you to you all.
Thank you very much.
Yeah.
Može. U pola tri. Molim vas samo za malo pažnje. Sad po završetku formalnog dela imamo